Chapter 1832. Lin Tian forcibly pulled out too many treasures from Hun Dunqi's body. They were piled up into a small mountain. None of them were ordinary, and each of them was shockingly valuable. Bone emperor silk, a super sacred material for forging godly king weapons. In crystal, a divine item for cleansing the marrow of the bright spirit. It's also an extremely precious divine item for heavenly god-tier elites. Fire vine bud, a divine medicine for strengthening one's body. Whooshing crocodile and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw the pile of divine items and treasures. They were extremely excited. Among them were powerful weapons, shocking divine elixirs, and cultivation methods for divine skills and ancient scriptures. Any one of them was enough to drive many crazy. Even Lin Tian could not help but be moved at this time. Then, his gaze fell on a transparent bottle. There was a purple pill in it that was intertwined with Tao patterns. Fighting Spirit Pill. A light flashed in his eyes. The Fighting Soul Pill was a divine pill that could increase one's cultivation for a short period of time. It could allow those above the middle true God realm and below the heavenly God realm to increase their cultivation by a whole realm for a short period of time. It could last for about 2 hours. Most importantly, there were no side effects after that. The conditions to concoct it were very strict, and it was very difficult to concoct it. He waved his hand and grabbed the Fighting Spirit Pill. Whooshing crocodile, white tiger, Ling Yun, and the others looked at the bottle in his hand. Their expressions changed again. Naturally, they recognized the Fighting Spirit Pill in the bottle. They had seen records of this divine pill in some ancient books. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ling Yun stared. It's really good stuff. For the current situation, there's no better treasure than this. Lin Tiandao glanced at Hun Dun and the others outside the primordial immortal empire. Outside the primordial immortal empire, Hun Dun and the others were also looking at him, seeing him cut off Hun Dunqi's limbs and plunder all of his treasures. Everyone's expression was cold. The murderous intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. Human. Hun Dunqi's 4 limbs were chopped off. Blood was flowing out, and it was difficult to stop it. He stared coldly at Lin Tian, and his killing intent was the strongest. Lin Tian looked at Hun Dunqi with a cold expression. He waved his hand and put away all the treasures that he had taken from Hun Dunqi. The celestial weapon that belonged to Hun Dunqi mercilessly slashed at Hun Dunqi's head with golden divine light. You, pooh! Hun Dunqi spat out the word you in shock and anger. Then his head was smashed into pieces by Lin Tian. Because he was suppressed by the primordial immortal empire, his divine power was solidified. After his head was shattered, his consciousness and soul were destroyed as well. With a raise of his hand, Lin Tian destroyed the remaining remnants of his body. Qi Shensi. Damn it. Human, how dare you? Outside the primordial immortal empire, the group of chaotic tribe cultivators were furious. One of their Shensi had been killed by Lin Tian right in front of their eyes. Hun Dunnai and the other 8 Shensi's eyes turned even colder. They did not show any shock or anger. Only the coldness and killing intent in their eyes became more intense. You're good, Hun Dunnai said. The space around him twisted involuntarily as if it had turned into a source of destruction. Such a scene caused the eyes of Baiziki and the others to involuntarily narrow. This bastard is a little scary. He's much stronger than Hun Dunqi, the white tiger said. Very scary, Ling Yun said. At this time, even though they were in the primordial immortal empire, they could feel how terrifying the aura that Hun Dunqi gave off was. It was as if it could easily destroy everything. Yeah, Lin Tian, I can't hold on any longer. Little Taichu said in its childish voice. It looked at Lin Tian with an innocent expression. It had been holding up the primordial immortal empire for some time. At this time, as it finished speaking, the primordial immortal empire began to tremble as if it was about to dissipate. It's okay. Leave it to me. Lin Tiandao. As he finished speaking, he shattered the small jade bottle in his hand and swallowed the Duhan elixir. In an instant, the aura on his body began to rise. In the blink of an eye, he went from the peak of the middle true God stage to the peak of the middle heavenly God stage. Moreover, the divine power that was almost depleted was completely restored in an instant. He had reached the level of a heavenly God. "Don't force yourself, little guy. Retreat with the others," he said to little Taichu. Little Taichu responded in its childish voice. Immediately its essence, energy, and spirit relaxed. The primordial immortal empire that it had been holding up disappeared. In an instant, the group was exposed to the outside world again. "Kill!" An angry voice rang out, mixed with a chilling aura. When the thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators saw that the primordial immortal empire protecting Lin Tianyi and the others had disappeared, 3 middle heavenly gods rushed over. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Lin Tian and the others. Die! The 3 of them had cold and vicious eyes. At this time they attacked together. Chaotic killing light shrouded Lin Tianyi and the others. Lin Tian glanced at the 3 of them. With a light flick of his finger, 3 rays of golden sword light flew out. With a sizzling sound, the chaotic killing light that the 3 heavenly gods had unleashed shattered. Then, Lin Tian's 3 rays of golden sword light did not slow down. They continued to close in on the 3 heavenly gods and pierced through their foreheads. Then, with a series of poof, 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 the 3 of them exploded. Even their divine souls were destroyed. This is really strong. Whooshing Crocodile could not help but stare. At the same time, Baiziki and the others were shocked. 3 middle heavenly gods were killed in the blink of an eye. However, they were only shocked for a moment. In the next moment, they put away their shocked expressions. After all, they were very familiar with Lin Tian. They knew very well how powerful Lin Tian was. Now that he had temporarily reached the limit of a middle heavenly god with the help of the fighting spirit pill, killing 3 ordinary middle heavenly gods was no different from cutting grass and tofu. "Stand back," Lin Tian said to them. Baiziki and the others nodded. Then they all retreated more than 1,000 feet away and looked at the place from afar. At the same time, the thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators were also looking at Lin Tian. Some of them were shocked, while others were furious. They were shocked at how terrifying Lin Tian's combat strength was after consuming the Duhan elixir. They were furious that Lin Tian had killed another 3 heavenly god-tier powerhouses. More than 10,000 of them stepped onto the ancient road and killed many humans. They looked down on humans, but now one of their divine princes and 3 of their heavenly gods was killed by a human they looked down on. This made them very angry. Han Dan and the other 8 chaotic divine princes' expressions did not change. Only their eyes were as cold as before. "Your aura is not weak. Your combat strength is not bad. However, it's nothing." Chapter 1833. As the number 1 among the younger generation of the chaotic tribe, Han Dan was undoubtedly very powerful. His aura alone was terrifying. His eyes were cold as he walked towards Lin Tian, like an ancient god descending upon the mortal world. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of the heavenly god realm. How could he care about Han Dan? He took a step and disappeared instantly. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared in front of Han Dan in an instant. Han Dan's eyes narrowed as he was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. At this moment, Lin Tian did not make any extra movements. He directly swung his fist and punched Han Dan. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire void trembled as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. Such a punch shocked everyone. Even someone as strong as Han Dan narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms in front of him. In the next moment, Lin Tian's fist landed on Han Dan's crossed arms. With a bang, Han Dan was sent flying. "Son of God!" This The cultivators of the chaotic tribe were shocked. They knew that Lin Tian had temporarily increased his cultivation with the fighting soul elixir and reached the middle stage of the heavenly god realm. However, their son of God was the number one among the younger generation of their tribe. His cultivation was at the half-step divine king realm, and he had killed an early-stage divine king. But now he was sent flying by Lin Tian with one punch. Even the eyes of the other 8 deities of the chaotic tribe changed slightly. Their eyes were filled with shock. "Well done!" At the back, whooshing crocodiles shouted, "Kill him!" Ling Yun said. More than 10,000 experts from the primal chaos race rushed into this ancient path, killing them one after another, treating them like they were nothing, treating them like ants. Now Lin Tian killed a divine child and 3 heavenly deities from this bloodline, and then sent the number one supreme being of this race flying with a single punch. This made them feel extremely comfortable inside, as if they had vented their resentment. Boom! Tens of thousands of feet away, the divine radiance of the primal chaos was vast and mighty. The primal chaos had not suffered any major injuries, but its eyes had become extremely cold. It was as if 2 heavenly blades and demonic swords were being nurtured within it, capable of easily destroying everything. His eyes were cold and callous, just like Lin Tian's. Without any superfluous words, he stepped forward and attacked Lin Tian. Rumble! Numerous chaotic talismans appeared around his body. Every single chaotic talisman seemed capable of suppressing everything, and the aura they interweaved with each other was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Tianling snorted and stepped forward. Using the divining divine technique, he evolved one divine image after another. In the end, he even evolved the chaotic runes that Hun Dun had summoned. They pressed down on Hun Dun from all directions. This, the divine sun's sigil of all extinguishing. How? How did he know? Seeing Lin Tian perform the same technique as Hun Dun, the thousands of Hun Dun cultivators were shocked. The other 8 divine sons of the Hun Dun also narrowed their eyes and stared at Lin Tian without blinking. Only Bai Ziki and the rest had no change in expression, because they all knew that Lin Tian had the divining divine technique and could evolve other people's supernatural powers for his own use. He could even evolve the king's territory. Boom! 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 The divine powers collided. Lin Tian and Hun Dun fought together. All kinds of treasures surged, and the space around them collapsed continuously. Lin Tian unleashed the divining divine technique and the Ling Tian sword scripture as well. Killing swords interweaved in the sky and slashed at Hun Dun like a rain of swords. At the same time, his eyes narrowed. Through the short exchange, he realized how terrifying and powerful Hun Dun was. At the same time, chaos on the other side was even more astonished. "Very good. You have far exceeded my expectations. It seems that it will take some time to kill you." Staring at Lin Tian, Hun Dun said coldly. He had used countless heavenly resources to forge his body and the chaotic king's blood to forge his body. He was the strongest person among the younger generation of the chaotic clan. As a half-step god king, even regular early god kings were nothing before him. However, Lin Tian, who had temporarily reached mid-god through the soul-dueling pill, was actually so powerful. He was completely capable of facing him head-on right now. He actually felt a sliver of pressure. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He executed the high heaven sword scripture and the divining divine technique together. All kinds of killing swords and divining divine images filled up this part of the sky, crushing the primal chaos. Streaks of primal chaos runes were unleashed one after another, shattering the surrounding space one after another. Buzz! Silver divine light surged, and the seal of the 4 symbols was also propped up by him. With the power of a mid-stage heavenly god, endless sealing and annihilation power interweaved, crushing down on the chaos. The aura was somewhat frightening. Hun Dun's eyes were cold. He shook his body, and a large amount of Hun Dun light overflowed, forming more killing runes around him. Clang! These runes let out a sound similar to the sound of swords, shattering the great void and crashing towards Lin Tian. In an intense clash, Lin Tian and this person fought. Every strike was filled with destructive power. It was extremely terrifying. Under the violent impact of the divine power, the two of them were evenly matched. This scene shocked the thousands of chaotic clan cultivators. They never thought that a human who had temporarily raised his cultivation to mid-stage heavenly god with the help of the soul-dueling pill would be able to completely block the strongest person among the younger generation of their clan. It's just a temporary increase in cultivation. It's just a temporary block. It's no big deal. It won't be long before the deity can kill him directly. That's right, the chaotic clan cultivators said. Then someone's gaze landed on little Tai Chu and the others in the distance. His eyes were filled with cold light as he said, "The deity will deal with that person. We'll get rid of these ants first." As he spoke, this person took a step forward and pressed towards little Tai Chu and Baiziki. He was a peak heavenly god. As this person took a step forward, the other heavenly gods from the chaotic clan moved as well. They all charged towards little Tai Chu and the others. Lin Tian and Han Dan were fighting fiercely. However, he had been paying attention to little Tai Chu and the others. At this moment, when he saw the chaotic clan cultivators attacking little Tai Chu and the others, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without saying anything, he swung his hand and a large amount of towering heaven sword gleam pressed down with a force that could destroy everything in the world. Such a sword force was extremely terrifying. It caused the chaotic clan cultivators who were attacking little Tai Chu and the others to tremble. They could not help but stop in their tracks and put up their divine power light screens to resist. However, the towering heaven sword gleam that Lin Tian slashed towards them was a divine power from the towering heaven sword scripture. It was extremely sharp. The divine power light screens that these people put up could not withstand it at all. They were all destroyed in an instant. Chapter 1834. Glaring blood floated in the air, speckles of blood accompanied by pieces of flesh and bones splattered everywhere, causing the chaotic tribe cultivators to turn pale again. Damn it! The chaotic tribe cultivators were shocked and furious. Those who attacked earlier were peak heavenly god-level powerhouses, but Lin Tian destroyed their bodies and souls with a wave of his hand. Human! Han Dan glared at Lin Tian, his eyes turning even colder. The divine power outside his body became even more powerful, surging violently. As soon as he appeared here, he saw Lin Tian kill more than 10 people from his tribe. All of them were heavenly god-level powerhouses, and one of them was Han Chi, one of the 10 divine children of the chaotic tribe. His murderous intent became even more intense. With a rumble, the chaotic light he unleashed became even more powerful, almost covering the entire space. How many people have you killed when you entered this ancient road? Now that I've killed more than 10 of you, you look like your parents have died. How unsightly. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, his hands did not slow down. All kinds of divine powers and precious skills were unleashed, suppressing Han Dan. Han Dan's expression turned even colder when he heard Lin Tian's words. His aura became even more terrifying, and his murderous intent surged. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed fiercely, causing the space in the area to continue to shatter. The place had turned into a zone of destruction. Bang! Lin Tian's body was surrounded by endless divine light. Using the yin-yang steps, he appeared in front of Han Dan, leaving afterimages all over the sky. He immediately threw a punch, landing it on Han Dan's chest. With a poof, a large bloody hole was punched through Han Dan's chest. However, at the same time, Han Dan's chaotic light also landed on his body, piercing through his chest. Blood flowed, but Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. The art of nirvana of the sun circulated on its own, rapidly healing his wounds. His speed increased as he circulated the art of 5 heaven-shaking thunders and directly opened the 5 lightning divine territory. With a rumble, the sky was filled with purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, this place was transformed into a sea of lightning. With this kind of domain-type divine art as the foundation, Zhongyi shuttled through the sea with extreme speed. He kept on appearing around Handan and unleashed the Chaos Monarch Fist, towering Heaven Sword Ray, Tyrannical Dance Seal, Divine Picture of 4 Appearances, and Divinatory Divine Art. Bang! 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 The muffled sound was accompanied by a splash of blood. He attacked with a domain-type supernatural power like the 5 Thunder Divine Territory, combined with a stunning divine technique. The speed of his attack was so fast that it was difficult for Chaos to react. In the blink of an eye, he was hit by dozens of fierce attacks from Lin Tian. Son of God! How could this be? Impossible! The cultivators of the chaotic tribe were shocked. At this time, the first son of God of their tribe was being suppressed. Wuxing, Crocodile, Lingyan, and the others all felt very comfortable. Good beating. Beat him until his own mother can't recognize him, the white tiger roared. These words undoubtedly enraged the cultivators of the chaotic tribe. They stared at the white tiger with murderous intent. Bastard! As they cursed coldly, more than 10 cultivators of the chaotic tribe moved again. They charged toward the white tiger, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others. However, just as these cultivators of the chaotic tribe moved, the sky trembled. Dense purple lightning suddenly pressed down and enveloped these cultivators in the blink of an eye. Ah! Blood mist floated in the air along with screams. These purple lightning bolts were the power of Lin Tian's 5 thunder sky shaking spell. In the blink of an eye, these cultivators of the chaotic tribe were smashed into pieces, along with their divine souls. Human! Damn it! The other cultivators of the chaotic tribe, except for a few sons of God, were all angry and fearful. They were all shocked by Lin Tian's combat strength at this time. It was so easy for him to kill a divine realm expert, as if he was cutting grass. At this time, there was a loud boom, and an extremely terrifying chaotic light shot into the sky. Enough! The chaotic tribe's eyes were cold as they broke free from Lin Tian's rapid attack. Divine light surged behind him, and a blood cave appeared. It was about 100 feet long, like a blood-red vortex that could swallow everything, exuding a murderous aura that could slaughter the world. This is the son of God's gifted superpower, formed by condensing the bloodline of the primordial true demon. Heaven's punishment demon cave. Many cultivators of the chaotic tribe saw this scene and could not help but tremble. Then they could not help but clench their fists. He's dead. Someone stared at Lin Tian, his eyes full of malice. The first son of God of their tribe had the bloodline of the primordial true demon. Now that he had used the Heaven's Slayer demon cave, they knew its power very well. Even an ordinary middle-stage divine realm expert would be afraid and unable to block it. The chaotic tribe's eyes were cold and deep. With a wave of his hand, the Heaven Slayer demon cave shook and instantly pressed down on Lin Tian. As this demon cave passed by, the space in all directions was really solidified and directly swallowed Lin Tian. He's dead. Seeing this, one of the primal chaos tribe cultivators said coldly. Even the other sons of God of the chaotic tribe thought so. They did not think that Lin Tian could survive under the Heaven's Slayer demon cave. However, in the next moment, all the chaotic tribe in this place were shocked. Lin Tian's figure rushed out from the Heaven's Slayer demon cave, unharmed. Like a human lightning bolt, he instantly appeared in front of the chaotic tribe and directly swung the chaotic emperor fist down. The chaotic tribe's expression changed for the first time. You bam! He had just spat out the word, you, when Lin Tian's fist landed on his cheek. With a poof, his head was smashed into pieces. Blood mixed with brain matter, floated in the air. It was a shocking sight. Son of God, how is this possible? How could this be? The Heaven Slayer demon cave of a son of God. Actually, the cultivators of the chaotic tribe were shocked. Even the other 8 sons of God of the chaotic tribe had completely changed expressions at this time. The chaotic tribe's Heaven's Slayer demon cave was difficult for even them to withstand. Even if they could, they would definitely be seriously injured. But now, after being enveloped by the Heaven's Slayer demon cave, Lin Tian was clearly not affected at all. This was unbelievable. The Heaven Slayer demon cave is useless against him. The 8 sons of God of the chaotic tribe were shocked. At the same time, in the void, after Lin Tian smashed the chaotic tribe's head, he did not give the other party the slightest chance to breathe. All kinds of supernatural powers and secret techniques came crashing down, bombarding the chaotic tribe's body continuously, completely shattering his physical body. Damn it! The chaotic tribe's immortal divine soul let out a roar. His divine soul bloomed with dazzling divine soul light and quickly reformed his physical body. Chapter 1835. The Yin-Yang Lotus Sea was intertwined with the black and white power of Yin and Yang. The God Transformation Talisman was surrounded by the surging aura of the God Transformation Realm, and the Reincarnation Map was extremely powerful, mixed with holiness, majesty, and vastness. It seemed to be able to destroy everything as it shrouded Hun Dun. Such an attack caused everyone to be shocked. Damn it! Hun Dun's face turned cold. With a buzz, a divine shield flew out of his soul and enlarged in the blink of an eye. It protected his divine soul behind it and blocked Lin Tian's Yin-Yang Lotus Sea, God Transformation Talisman, and Reincarnation Map. At the same time, his soul shone and quickly regathered his physical body. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. The fact that Hun Dun could hide such a powerful weapon in his divine soul and block his king's territory made him realize how powerful and terrifying Hun Dun was. However, in the next moment, he humphed coldly and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Hun Dun again. Hun Dun was very powerful, but how could he be weak? Although he had only raised his cultivation level to the middle stage of the heavenly god realm with the help of the soul-fighting elixir, which was still 2 small levels lower than Hun Dun, he had the strongest reincarnation king physique after all. Besides, he had tempered his body through several heavenly tribulations. Hence, his current combat power wouldn't be any weaker than Hun Dun's. Boom! Without any unnecessary movements, he waved the Chaos Emperor Fist, and the power of the Emperor Fist surged in all directions and blasted down. At the same time, he waved the Heavenly Divine Weapon Divine sword that he had snatched from Hun Dun, and used it to perform the Heavenly Sword Scripture. In the blink of an eye, the place was filled with dense sword lights, each of which was extremely terrifying. Hun Dun had just regathered his physical body, and was about to face Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor Fist and Heavenly Sword Scripture. For a moment, he didn't even have time to cast a technique. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by Lin Tian's fist aura and sword light and was sent flying with a bang. Uft, uft, uft. The Heavenly Sword Scripture swept past and left bloody holes on Hun Dun's body in the blink of an eye. It was a terrifying sight. Lin Tian took a step forward, his High Heaven Sword Scripture even more ferociously, and his Chaos Emperor Fist was even more powerful. He did not give the Chaos Emperor the slightest chance to catch his breath. In the end, he also unleashed his divine Tao regulations together, turning this place into an attacking sea of divine rivers. Hun Dun roared furiously as he utilized various divine abilities, while divine Tao laws surged into appearance. However, at this moment, he'd lost the initiative to engage in battle, and the initiative to attack was completely grasped in Lin Tian's hands. So he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Once again, Hun Dun was sent flying by Lin Tian's punch. Half of his body was smashed and blood splattered all over the sky. The divine shield that was summoned from his godly soul body had also lost its effect and was sent flying thousands of feet away by Lin Tianyi. Son of God. The primal chaos tribe cultivators trembled in fear. At this point, the number one divine son of their clan was completely suppressed by Lin Tian. How is this possible? These people were not willing to believe the scene. When the other 8 divine sons of this bloodline saw this scene, a strange light flashed across their eyes. Let's attack together and kill him directly. One of them said. He was the number 2 divine son of this generation of the primal chaos tribe, Hanji. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Chaotic light surged and a great divine ability appeared. Endless dark light surrounded the entire space and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 7 divine sons attacked together. Each of them had an extremely strong aura. Like them, Han Dun was one of the 10 divine sons of the primal chaos tribe and was the number one of the younger generation. Originally, they would never interfere in the battle between Han Dun and Lin Tian. However, during the battle between Han Dun and Lin Tian, they were shocked by Lin Tian's strength. Although he had temporarily reached the middle stage of the divine realm with the help of the soul-fighting elixir, his combat strength was really terrifying. Moreover, at this moment, Han Dun had lost the initiative, and the initiative was completely in the hands of Lin Tian. The situation was not optimistic, so they had to take action now. Most importantly, the purpose of their trip was to obtain the world seed at the end of the ancient road. This was the most important thing. At this time, they could not continue to waste too much time in this place. They had to get rid of Lin Tian as soon as possible. Boom! As the 8 divine sons attacked together, 8 divine realm auras surged and the surrounding space was completely shattered in an instant. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately and he quickly retreated. Now that he had temporarily reached the middle stage of the divine realm with the help of the soul-fighting elixir, his combat strength was not weaker than Han Dun, who was at the half-step divine realm. However, the divine sons of the primal chaos tribe were all very strong. They were all experts who could kill an ordinary early-stage divine king. Even if he was at the middle stage of the divine realm and had a reincarnated body, he would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of these people together. Moreover, in the battle with Han Dun, he had used up a lot of his divine power and his combat strength had decreased. Swoosh! He moved with the duality steps, leaving behind an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Baiziki and the others. Let's go. Without saying anything else, he said to Baiziki and the others. He immediately enveloped Baiziki and the others in divine light. Relying on the soul-fighting elixir that had temporarily reached the middle stage of the divine realm cultivation base, he activated the duality steps and moved an endless distance in an instant. Han Dun's expression was gloomy and ugly. The other 8 divine sons' eyes were cold. They stepped forward together and chased after Lin Tian. At the same time, the other thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators followed behind and quickly caught up. You're welcome. You don't have to send us off. Lin Tian's voice came from afar. At the same time, more than 100 light balls flew across the sky. They were all surrounded by lightning and were mixed with the terrifying power of the 5 heavenly lightning technique. Han Dun and the other 8 divine sons of the chaotic tribe were shocked. Naturally, they could feel the terrifying power of the lightning balls. Swoosh! 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 They moved thousands of feet away to avoid the lightning balls. However, although they dodged at an extremely fast speed, the other thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators behind them were not so lucky. The hundreds of lightning balls rushed into the crowd and exploded. Thousands of primal chaos tribe cultivators were blasted into pieces. Cries of agony could be heard as blood splattered everywhere. The lightning light lingered in the sky, and the destructive power intertwined. When the lightning light dissipated, more than 1,000 chaotic tribe cultivators had their bodies and souls destroyed, including dozens of heavenly god-tier powerhouses. Hun dun dun dun, and the others' expressions turned even colder and uglier. Their murderous intent was even more intense. Chase! As the word was said, the 9 of them took another step forward and chased after Lin Tianyi and the others. The direction that Lin Tianyi and the others were heading in was the end of the ancient road. They were going to the end of the ancient road to get the world seed. After leaving the place where they were before, Lin Tian enveloped by Ziki and the others in golden divine light. They were extremely fast and had already traveled far away. Chapter 1836. Lin Tian's aura began to weaken. His cultivation level quickly returned to middle stage true God. This kid, isn't the Duhan elixir able to last for 2 hours? It seems like only an hour has passed. Why did the elixir's effect disappear? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Baiziki and the others looked at Lin Tian with the same doubts. After leaving, I carved many formations in the void along the way to interfere with their pursuit. It consumed a lot of divine power. Lin Tian explained. Hearing his words, the 5 Elements alligator and the others instantly understood. Let's find a place. I need to heal first. He continued. Previously, he was severely injured because of Hun Dun's blaze. Later on, although he recovered his divine power due to the Duhan elixir and his cultivation level temporarily reached middle stage heavenly God and his combat power became very strong, his injuries were still there. At this time, as the Duhan elixir's effect disappeared, his injuries were more serious than before. At that moment, he spread out his divine thought and found a more secluded place in a barren mountain in front of him. He asked little Taichu, Baiziki, and the others to protect him. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed and activated the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun's Nirvana spell to quickly adjust his condition and heal his injuries. Buzz! Golden divine light surrounded his body, and his injuries began to heal bit by bit. His essence, energy, and spirit were also strengthened bit by bit. As he had previously used a large amount of divine power to leave many illusory formations in the void, it was enough to interfere with Hun Dun and the others. It was definitely not a problem to stop them for 10 to 15 days. Therefore, at this time he was not worried that those people would reach the end of the ancient road first because of his healing. Those people would not be able to reach the world seed in a short time. As he activated the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun's Nirvana spell, the golden light on his body gradually became thicker and his aura became stronger. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, the injuries on his body were healed. Moreover, there was an extremely majestic aura that rushed out of his body. His cultivation level rose from middle stage true God to middle stage true God, peak true God. There were waves of divine power storms in this place. Great! He clenched his fists, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Originally, after he had taken the sword soul fragment from the ancient road, his cultivation level had already reached the peak of the middle stage of real God, and he could have stepped into the peak of real God anytime. After that, he had fought with Hun Dun Chi and Hun Dun Nan consecutively. Under the training of the battles, his cultivation level naturally broke through as his injuries healed. As his cultivation reached the peak of the true God realm, he naturally felt the changes in his body. The divine power in his body became denser, and his physique became stronger. Compared to when he was in the middle stage of the true God realm, his current battle prowess was several times stronger. He was completely capable of fighting against a middle stage heavenly God realm expert. Of course, he could only fight against ordinary middle stage heavenly gods, against a middle stage heavenly god with Hun Dun's aptitude. Even if he had the reincarnation body, it was impossible for him to resist. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up. He said to Baiziki and the others, "All right, let's go to the end of the ancient road." He was about to ask Baiziki and the others to continue to the end of the ancient road. However, halfway through his sentence, his expression changed. His divine soul could not help but tremble, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Kid, what's wrong? The white tiger asked. Yeah. Little Tai Chu blinked with a curious expression. Bai Ziki, Ling Yin, and Ai Yao Yao and the others also looked at him curiously. Naturally, they saw his strange reaction. Wisps of soul light intertwined in Lin Tian's eyes. He activated the heavenly one soul technique, and soul light spread out from his body. Gradually, the soul light on his body became denser, and there was a glint in his eyes. This is really a wonderful discovery. The glint in his eyes became even denser. Seeing him like this, Bai Ziki, Ling Yun, and the others became even more puzzled. Kid, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? What wonderful discovery. What did you find? Ling Yun asked. Lin Tian smiled and said, I found some good things. As he spoke, he squatted down and activated the heavenly one soul technique even faster. He placed his palm on the ground, and wisps of soul light intertwined between his 5 fingers and went into the ground through his 5 fingers. An intense soul light flickered. Only after more than 2 hours had passed did he stand up once again. Okay, let's go to the end of the ancient road, he said. Bai Ziki, Ling Yin, and Wuxing Crocodile all had strange expressions, but they did not ask anything. Immediately, the group left this place and continued to head toward the end of the ancient road. Speaking of which, our speed is not as fast as those people from the Chaos Race. Even if you engraved many interference runes before and can disturb them for 10 to 15 days, they will still rush up quickly. Calculating the approximate distance from here to the end of the ancient road, I think they will have caught up with us before we reach the end of the ancient road. This is a little troublesome, Wuxing Crocodile said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian had mentioned to them about the 10 divine children of the Chaos Race, including their names and appearances. Tiger Master is also thinking about this, White Tiger said with a worried expression. At the same time, Bai Ziki, Ling Yin, and the others frowned. Obviously, they had considered this problem. It could be said that their situation was still very dangerous. It's okay, we don't have to worry anymore. If they rush up, we will wipe them out. Lin Tiandao. He naturally thought of this problem early on and was worried about it before, but now he was not worried at all. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light, and he sneered from time to time. Bai Ziki and the others could not help but be puzzled by these words. Wipe out those experts of the Chaos Race. Could they do that? One should know that 9 of them were experts who could kill ordinary divine kings. With their current strength, even Lin Tian would not be a match for them if they did not have a divine elixir like the Fighting Spirit Elixir. The Fighting Spirit Elixir was obviously out of stock now. Under such circumstances, Lin Tian actually said that he would wipe out those experts of the Chaos Race. Kid, I don't think you can do this, right? Ling Yun said, It can be done. Lin Tiandao did not say much. Let's go, you will know later. He called out to the group and continued to walk deeper into the ancient road. After this, more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. More than half a month later, on this day, a monstrous divine power appeared behind them, and thousands of waves of divine power fluctuations appeared in the blink of an eye. These thousands of Chaos Race cultivators were led by 9 young men. They were the group of experts of the Chaos Race from before. The 9 people in the lead were the 9 Chaos Divine Princes, Han Dunji, Han Dun Yi, Han Dun Yi, Han Dunwei, Han Dundu, Han Dundi, Han Dunzi, and Han Dunshi. Seeing this group of people chasing after them, Bai Ziki and the others could not help but change their expressions slightly. Their expressions became very solemn. Kidlin, these F***ers have really caught up. How are you going to wipe them out? Chapter 1837. Don't be nervous. Lin Tian saw that Wuxing Crocodile was wary and worried. He said, I'll give them a huge gift soon. All right, it's up to you, Wuxing Crocodile said. Bai Ziki, Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong White Tiger, and the others also heard Lin Tian's words. Although they were puzzled, they were more or less relieved. They knew Lin Tian and knew that Lin Tian would not say such things for no reason. Moreover, Lin Tian looked so confident, as if everything was under control. Human! A cold voice sounded from the opposite side. Han Dunji, and the other chaotic tribe cultivators walked over, their faces extremely cold. Some of the ordinary chaotic tribe cultivators were in a sorry state because of the divine runes that Lin Tian had left in the void. Apart from Han Dun and a few other divine princes, all of them were in a sorry state. Kill him. Han Ji, the second divine prince of the chaotic tribe, said coldly. I'll do it. Han Dun stepped forward. He had not been able to kill Lin Tian previously and had suffered a loss at Lin Tian's hands. Now that he had caught up with Lin Tian, he wanted to kill Lin Tian alone again to erase the humiliation from before. As he stepped forward, strands of chaotic light intertwined. Each strand was as heavy as a galaxy and had a terrifying aura. Lin Tian looked at him walking over and did not care at all. Have you ever thought that you would die here this time? Han Dun's footsteps did not change, but his eyes were still cold. You're not ordinary, but without the Duhan elixir, you're nothing now. How can you kill me? His voice was emotionless, and the aura outside his body became stronger. Lin Tian smiled. Let's try then. As he finished speaking, he activated the Tiani Soul technique. Instantly, the space in this place shook violently. With a rumble, strands of ancient runes appeared on the surface of the ground. Every strand of runes was intertwined with extremely frightening, killing intent. Rays of killing light circled out, causing the entire world to tremble as if the end of the world had arrived. Han Dun stopped in his tracks and trembled involuntarily. His expression changed immediately. You, at the same time the other 8 divine princes and thousands of chaotic tribe experts were all shocked. This is divine emperor level killing runes. All the chaotic tribe cultivators trembled. At the same time, the expressions of Baiziki and the others also changed. They were all shocked when they saw these killing marks that suddenly appeared. Kid, how did you do this? They could not believe they saws killings as they could CTT. They could not believe how could they? How could Lin suddenly? These were divine emperor level killing runes. They were certain that Lin Tian had not carved them. With Lin Tian's current cultivation, he could not carve divine emperor level killings. When I broke through to the peak of True God Realm, I accidentally discovered that the second half of this ancient road was covered in divine emperor killing runes. Although 90% of them have been destroyed by the passage of time, the killing power is still enough. Lin Tiandao, some time ago, when he reached the peak of True God Realm, he suddenly sensed these divine emperor killings. These killings were very profound and complicated. Even those who were at the divine emperor level would find it difficult to activate them. However, the Tiani Soul technique he cultivated was an Array immortal classic, created by one of the 9 great celestial masters, the Array Emperor. It contained endless mysteries. With the Tiani Soul technique, he could naturally activate these divine emperor level killings. So that's how it is. Baiziki and Ayao and the others were shocked. At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Tian had such a strange reaction when he broke through to the peak of True God Realm. They also finally understood why Lin Tian said that if Han Dun and the others were to chase after them, they would be wiped out. It turned out that Lin Tian had discovered divine emperor level killings on this ancient road. Think about it. These divine emperor level killings should have been left on this ancient road by the founders of the Lord Theological Seminary, right? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Then he asked in confusion, then why didn't the higher-ups of the Lord Theological Seminary activate these killing marks after the chaotic race entered the ancient road? Don't they know about the existence of these monarch marks and how to activate them? I heard that in a certain era, the headmaster of the imperial courtyard, died, suddenly, due to cultivation deviation while in seclusion. Perhaps only the headmaster of the imperial courtyard knows the method to activate the formation runes. However, the headmaster of that era died suddenly and didn't have time to pass down the method to the next headmaster of the imperial courtyard. As a result, the current headmaster of the imperial courtyard is unable to activate the formation runes. Ling Yun guessed. Oh, Whooshing Crocodile nodded. That should be the case. The white tiger bared its teeth and said, "It doesn't matter what the reason is. It's not important now. What's important is that I know that these bastards of chaos are about to suffer." Hearing what it said, the 5 Elements Crocodile and Ling Yun both sneered. "That's right, that's right!" Boom! Terrifying divine power surged. In this place, the great void trembled. Strands of Emperor God killing marks floated in the air and intertwined into rays of terrifying killing light. Each ray of killing light was nurtured with power that could wipe out everything. It was extremely terrifying. Han Dan and the other divine princes of the chaotic race, as well as the other experts of the chaotic race, all turned pale at this moment. They all felt a chill run down their spines. "Retreat!" Han Dan shouted in a low voice and immediately retreated. He turned into a ray of light and escaped into the distance. At the same time, the other 8 divine princes of the chaotic race and the other experts of the chaotic race also moved. All of them escaped at an astonishing speed. At this moment, endless God Emperor level killing runes covered the entire area, causing all the experts of the chaotic tribe to be terrified. No one believed that they could withstand such killing runes. Right now, escaping was their only way to save their lives. Seeing that Han Dan and the others were escaping, Lin Tianji smiled coldly. "Under the Emperor God killing marks, where are you going to run to?" As he said this, he triggered his thoughts. The killing light in this place suddenly moved. It was as if a killing sea had descended and slashed at all the cultivators of the chaotic race indiscriminately. Ah! In the blink of an eye, screams were heard. A large number of experts of the chaotic race exploded, and their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Chapter 1838. Killing marks at the Emperor God level surged. Under Lin Tian's control of the divine one-soul technique, a large area of Emperor God killing light pressed down on Han Dan. Han Dan's expression changed drastically. Boom! Without any hesitation, Han Dan immediately propped up the heavenly demon slayer nest to protect himself. Will it work? Lin Tianling smiled. In the next moment, the killing light that he mobilized with the divine one-soul technique pressed down. With a whoosh, it shattered Han Dan's divine one-soul technique. Then, it landed directly on Han Dan's body, causing him to explode on the spot. Damn it! Han Dan's angry voice sounded. He seemed a little weak. His divine soul was not destroyed. He quickly reformed his physical body. His face became extremely pale as he continued to fly. These are Emperor God level killing marks. Although they are badly damaged, their power is still very terrifying. They are a fatal threat to ordinary divine emperors. This bastard can actually survive under the attack of Lin Tianling's killing light. He is really strong. Whooshing Crocodile could not help but be shocked. Whoosh! There was the sound of breaking air. Han Dan's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed more than 10,000 feet. Regarding this, Lin Tian did not move and did not give chase at all. This was because the second half of the ancient path was almost completely covered by killing patterns. Just by standing here, he could mobilize all of the killing patterns within a radius of 50,000 zhang. Within this radius of 50,000 zhang, as long as he willed it, any corner of the killing patterns would be instantly activated, turning that area into a killing zone. He looked at Han Dan, who had escaped more than 10,000 feet away, and smiled coldly. He activated the divine one-soul technique. The killing marks that existed there were immediately revived. Although they were still badly damaged, their killing power was still very frightening. It was as if they could annihilate everything. "I'll send you on your way," he sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the revived killing marks at the spot where Hun Dun had escaped instantly intertwined with endless killing light. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a killing sword that could break the sky. It was 100 feet long and mercilessly slashed at Hun Dun. In an instant, Hun Dun trembled violently. The surrounding space was completely frozen and sealed by this terrifying killing sword. In the blink of an eye, the killing sword arrived in front of Hun Dun and landed on his body. No! A roar filled with despair and unwillingness rang out. The bloody mist exploded, and the primal chaos was directly annihilated by this sword. Good. He's finally dead. Whooshing Crocodile could not help but clench its claws. Awesome, Ling Yun said. At this moment, they were not at all surprised that the powerful Hun Dun could be obliterated so easily. This was because it was all too normal. After all, that was a killing light condensed from a god emperor-level killing array. Even though the killing array was badly damaged, it was ultimately created by a god emperor. How could a mere half-step divine king block such a killing array? At the same time, the cultivators of the chaotic tribe naturally saw this scene, and they could not help but tremble. Over 10,000 experts of their tribe had killed their way to this ancient road. In the beginning, no one could stop them. However, ever since they met Lin Tian, they were defeated everywhere. Qi Shensi, one of the 10 great deities, and more than 1,000 other tribesmen had died in Lin Tian's hands. Now, when they caught up with Lin Tian again and wanted to kill Lin Tian, they did not expect Lin Tian to suddenly summon an emperor god level killing mark. The number 1 deity of their tribe, Hun Dun, was killed in the blink of an eye. Regarding this, the cultivators of the chaotic tribe were shocked, angry, and resentful. However, they were more afraid because at this moment the emperor god level killing marks were too terrifying. The killing light that was intertwined with each other seemed to be able to easily destroy a parallel universe. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Air-rending sounds were heard, and the cultivators of the chaotic tribe fled in fear. However, there were Emperor God level killing marks everywhere in the space. How could they escape so easily? Ah! Screams were heard, and it was incomparably shrill. Blood, mist exploded one by one as the experts of the chaotic tribe exploded into pieces. The other 8 deities of the chaotic tribe propped up their divine weapons to protect themselves. They were the fastest to escape into the distance. Lin Tian did not care about the ordinary cultivators of the chaotic tribe. His eyes moved and fell on the 8 deities of the chaotic tribe. 2 of the 10 great deities have already been buried on this ancient road. Why are you running? Aren't you going to accompany them here? He said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine one-soul spell was activated and the killing light from all directions gathered, intertwining into a killing sword that was about 1,000 feet long. In the next moment, a clang was heard and the killing sword moved, slashing straight at Hun Dunji. Hun Dunji was the second deity of the chaotic tribe. Like Hun Dun, he was also in the half-step divine king realm. He was only slightly weaker than Hun Dun Dun. At this moment, facing the sword head-on, his physical body could not help but tremble. With a loud roar, he mobilized all of his divine power, activating his divine powers and divine Tao laws. He also took out a powerful divine weapon. However, the killing light from the Emperor God level killing rune was extremely terrifying. How could a half-step divine king withstand it? The divine way law and divine weapon that he had unleashed were all crushed the moment they collided with the killing light. Then the killing sword that was about 1,000 feet long did not slow down and continued to slash down. In the next breath, it landed on his physical body. Poof! Blood splattered, and Hun Dunji's physical body was directly cut into pieces. His divine soul was also annihilated. Another one. Good to kill. Whooshing Crocodile laughed. Continue. Annihilate all 10 of those dog *T divine sons from this clan. The white tiger roared. Lin Tianling smiled and said, "That's how it should be." He shifted his gaze and looked at the other 7 divine princes of the chaotic clan. He activated the Heavenly One-Soul spell, and with a single thought, a new 100-foot-long killing sword appeared. It was formed entirely from the killing lights of the Divine Emperor level killing marks in this place. It was intertwined with an aura that could destroy everything. It slashed down on Han Dan-yi, the 3rd divine prince of this clan. "Human!" A furious and unwilling voice reverberated. Han Dan-yi's divine power was immediately shattered by the 1,000-feet-long killing sword. In the next moment, the 1,000-feet-long killing sword landed on his body. Just like Han Dan-ji and Han Dan-ji, it instantly shattered him. His physical body and divine soul were annihilated and completely disappeared from this universe. At the same time, in this place, screams of agony rang out incessantly. Blood! Mist exploded one after another. Even without Lin Tian's deliberate control, the God Emperor level killing marks here still caused the ordinary primal chaos tribe cultivators to suffer and die one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 7,000 chaotic tribe cultivators who came here. 3,000 of them were completely annihilated. Chapter 1839. The primal chaos tribe's 10 divine princes stepped onto the ancient road, leaving only primal chaos Yang, primal chaos Wei, primal chaos End, primal chaos D, primal chaos Easy, and primal chaos Tin. At this moment, they didn't stop at all. Although they were extremely shocked and angry, they could only flee. Lin Tian's gaze fell on these 6 people. He smiled coldly, and with a move of his mind, a large amount of killing light fell upon them. Clang! The killing light emitted a sound similar to that of a sword, shattering everything and covering the 6 divine princes of the chaotic race. In the next moment, the 2 divine princes from the chaotic tribe were both crushed in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The 6 of them roared in anger. Under this pure killing light, their souls were not shattered. They quickly reformed their bodies and fled into the distance again. At this time, the killing patterns that interweaved in this place were too terrifying. Even those as powerful as them couldn't help but shiver. "Can you escape?" Lin Tianling smiled. He raised his hand and soul light surged. Killing light gathered in all directions, turning into a killing immortal seal that pressed down on the chaotic lightning. The chaotic centipede felt his scalp go numb, and he roared furiously while he utilized his innate divine ability, the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, divine Tao laws, and heavenly divine weapons in unison, and he moved to intercept She's attack. However, in the face of the celestial slaughter seal formed by the Emperor God level killing runes, these techniques were useless. In an instant, they were crushed into pieces. Then, the celestial slaughter seal landed on his body. Pooh! Blood splattered as the primal chaos puppet exploded on the spot. Both its physical body and divine soul vanished under this attack, and both its body and soul were destroyed. Continue the slaughter! The whooshing crocodile howled. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the divine princes of the primal chaos race, primal chaos Rao, primal chaos G, primal chaos E, and primal chaos Pi, who had come to this place, had been killed one after another. The killing marks of the 10 directional divine monarchs intertwined with one another. Dense killing lights shot out one after another. This place had completely turned into a cage of killing. The cultivators of the chaotic tribe tried to escape in fear, but it was useless. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of chaotic tribe cultivators, including the last 5 chaotic divine princes, were reduced to just over 300. Humans, stop. Otherwise, you will be our clan's eternal enemy. If we miss today, we will definitely kill you. A heavenly god-tier powerhouse from the chaotic tribe roared. Lin Tian glanced at them. You're talking as if you didn't want to kill me. As the words left his mouth, a wave of killing light blasted towards the chaos expert who had spoken, instantly arriving before him. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere as the heavenly god, Tyr, chaotic tribe, cultivator exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed in an instant. This was the killing light created by the god-emperor level killing marks. Even Hundan, the divine son of the primal chaos tribe, couldn't withstand it. How could these ordinary sky gods contend against it? Continue. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. As his voice faded, even more emperor-level killing patterns appeared. Even though they were all extremely damaged, the killing intent was still terrifying. Even more concentrated killing light immediately appeared. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by blood-curdling screams. Under the God-Emperor level killing light, no one could withstand it. One by one, the experts from the chaotic tribe died as they screamed in agony. After 7 breaths, the ground was completely dyed red with blood. Among the thousands of experts from the chaotic tribe, only 5 divine sons of the chaotic tribe, Hunwei, Hundu, Hundi, Hundunzi, and Hundan, were still alive. However, the 5 of them were in an extremely miserable state. They were already on the verge of death. Awesome. This is too awesome. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but howl. White Tiger, Ling Yin, and the others also laughed. Thousands of experts from the chaotic tribe had killed their way to this place, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 5 of them left. How could they not feel comfortable and refreshed? It's your turn. Lin Tian's gaze fell on Hunwei, Hundu, Hundi, Hundi, Hundunzi, and Hundunzi. With a thought, the killing patterns in the sky released immortal killing light. In the situation where there were only 5 of them left, he controlled them with his mind and condensed 5 immortal killing swords. Clang! The 5 killing swords let out an ear-piercing sound. Each of them was aimed at one of the 5 divine sons of the chaotic tribe. Then, in an instant, the 5 killing swords arrived above the heads of the 5 divine sons of the chaotic tribe and directly slashed them. The turbulent killing intent froze the void in all directions. The 5 divine sons of the chaotic tribe were directly restrained by the killing intent. However, at this time, an invisible force suddenly appeared. It was far more terrifying than the killing intent of the Emperor runes. The 5 Emperor-level killing swords that were slashing toward Hundunwei and the others were instantly shattered. Moreover, the Emperor God killing patterns in the surroundings were also destroyed and disappeared in an instant. A tall figure appeared in this place. His body was surrounded by terrifying chaotic light, and his eyes were extremely deep. Hunwei, Hundu, Hundi, Hundunzi, and Hundunzi were shocked and then overjoyed. King! The 5 of them bowed in unison. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed. White Tiger, Ling Yin, and the others were also shocked. The tall figure was obviously the King of Chaos. Why did this pervert jump here? Didn't he fight with that old bastard outside this ancient road? White Tiger felt a chill down his spine. Lin Tian also felt a chill run down his spine. He never would have thought that the primal Chaos King would actually reappear on this ancient road at this time. He appeared in front of them like this and instantly crushed all the God Emperor level killing marks on this ancient road. Facing an existence of this level, at this moment, just the natural intertwining aura of the other party made him feel as though it was hard to move. The pressure at the end of the Divine Emperor level was too terrifying. It could suppress all living things. Let's go. He gritted his teeth with difficulty. The Sun Heart Sutra vibrated, and he relied on his incomparably strong willpower to break free from the powerful aura of the King of Chaos. He wrapped Baiziki and the others in golden divine light and directly fled into the distance. In the face of such an existence, he knew very well that running away was useless. However, he still did so because he did not want to stand there and wait for death. Swoosh! He circulated the Sun-Heart Sutra to the limit and the duality steps to the limit. In an instant, he crossed an endless distance. King Na, Ge Bai, Chi, and the other clansmen who stepped on this ancient road have all been. Han Dunway bowed and reported to the King of Chaos. In the end, he did not continue. The King of Chaos's body was surrounded by endless divine light. His eyes were incomparably deep and incomparably cold. His gaze fell on the end of the ancient road and then moved to Lin Tian. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Those people's techniques have all been mastered. His voice was extremely cold. Then his gaze fell on little Tai Chu, immortal spirit imperial family, descendant of the immortal spirit emperor. With a boom, the chaotic killing light directly appeared beside him and slashed straight at Lin Tian. It also enveloped by Ziki and the others. Chapter 1840. As the King of Chaos made his move, his weak divine emperor aura completely sealed off the surrounding space. Lin Tianyi and the others couldn't move in an instant. They could only watch as the King of Chaos's chaotic killing light pressed down on them. Old thing, as a peak divine emperor who has lived for so many years, you actually attacked a few little guys. Shameless. The King of Chaos's chaotic killing light that was pressing down on Lin Tianyi and the others was instantly shattered. At the same time, the divine light palm that was grabbing at the little Taichu also shattered in an instant. A gray-robed old man appeared in front of Lin Tianyi and the others. He looked at the King of Chaos with a disdainful expression. Lin Tian was delighted. "Old man, you came just in time." This gray-robed old man was none other than the old hooligan. At the same time, the white tiger, Ling Yin, and the others who knew the old hooligan heaved a sigh of relief. They knew how powerful the old hooligan was. He was definitely not weaker than the King of Chaos. Now that the old hooligan was here, they no longer had to be afraid of the King of Chaos. When the 5 divine princes of chaos saw the old hooligan, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Previously, they had seen the old hooligan fight with their clan's Wang Zhengfeng. He was a peak divine emperor who was not the slightest bit weaker than their king. "Old fart, you're pretty quick to escape." The King of Chaos looked at the old hooligan and said coldly. The old hooligan ground his teeth and pointed at the King of Chaos as he cursed. "I even walked out of a place like the wantless, void domain unscathed. How long do you think you can keep me trapped in this lousy prison?" Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately understood. Previously, when the old hooligan and the King of Chaos fought outside the ancient road, the old hooligan seemed to have been trapped by the King of Chaos's great technique. After that, the King of Chaos rushed to this ancient road and destroyed the divine emperor killing marks on the ancient road that he summoned. Then he attacked them. The old hooligan just happened to escape and rushed over. "No matter how long it took, I still trapped you. Even if it's just a breath, it means that you're not as good as me." The King of Chaos said indifferently, "Not as good as you. I'm not happy to see your ugly face. I'll go raid your lair another day." Old Bastard said. The King of Chaos's face darkened, and his expression became somewhat ugly. His eyes became very cold. "Old fart!" Back then, the old hoodlum had taken advantage of his absence to sneak into the Chaos Imperial Palace in his Chaos world and looted most of the rare treasures he had collected over the countless years. That was one of his scars. But now this matter had been brought forward by the old hooligan, and he said that he would go to his lair again in the future. This was undoubtedly exposing his scars. "Look at your flustered and exasperated look, but you can't do anything to me." One word, satisfying. The old hoodlum did not have the imposing manner of a god emperor expert at all. The King of Chaos's expression turned even uglier. "Old bastard!" His voice was ice cold. As his words fell, he directly grabbed at the old hooligan. The murderous light of the chaos surged and was terrifying. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The old hooligan directly slapped the ancient road, causing it to tremble violently. The two peak god emperors collided in the blink of an eye. The aura of the god emperors was vast, as if it was going to destroy everything. Young man, this old fart, I'll block him. You and your partners immediately go to the end of the ancient road and try to get the world seed. Even if you can't get it, don't let the Chaos Tribe get it. The old hooligan said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao's expression changed slightly, and then he nodded. He was going to do that anyway. Then he called Baiziki and the rest to leave the place and head to the end of the ancient road. The old hooligan was not weaker than the King of Chaos. With the old hooligan blocking the King of Chaos, he did not have to worry about his safety at all. The King of Chaos's eyes were cold. He raised his right hand, and a large amount of murderous light of the chaos was formed, bombarding Lin Tianyi and the rest. Old fart, your opponent is this old man. The old hooligan directly shattered the murderous light of the chaos with a slap. The King of Chaos's eyes were cold as he looked at Hun Hun Wei, Hun Hun Wu, Hun Hun Di, Hun Hun Zi, and Hun Hun Hun. Don't worry, King. We'll definitely get the world seed. Han Wei said. He naturally understood what the King of Chaos meant. Then he and the other 4 divine princes of the Chaos Tribe chased after Lin Tianyi and the rest. Now, the King of Chaos had destroyed all the Emperor-level murderous patterns on the second half of the ancient road. They no longer had to worry about the threat of the Emperor-level murderous patterns. The old hooligan looked at the 5 of them chasing after Lin Tianyi and the rest. He did not stop them because he knew it was useless. If he could stop the King of Chaos from chasing after Lin Tianyi and the rest, the King of Chaos could naturally stop him from killing Han Wei and the rest. Old fart, be careful that all the divine princes of your tribe are buried on this ancient road. The old hooligan said. Divine power surged as he slapped the King of Chaos. The world seed belongs to the Chaos Tribe. The King of Chaos's voice was cold. The murderous light of the chaos surged and suppressed the old hooligan. As the murderous light of the chaos surged, the space trembled as if it would collapse at any time. The aura was terrifying, a primitive, murderous aura intertwined. Every wisp was as heavy as heaven and earth. The human king's second disciple also has a chaos physique. He was much weaker than you back then, but now he's probably on par with you. TSK, I'm really looking forward to that little guy meeting you again. Then he'll crush you with the chaos immortal river that you're most proud of. The old hooligan said. The King of Chaos's eyes were cold. I was able to suppress him back then, and I can do the same now. The King of Chaos was unbridled. Keep bragging. The old hooligan despised him. The 2 peak emperor gods clashed. Destructive airflow swept in all directions. Everything with form was collapsing. Lin Tianyi and the rest left the place and headed toward the end of the ancient road at top speed. Speaking of which, we should have asked that old man just now. Who got the order crystal? The white tiger said. That's not important. Ignore it. Lin Tiandao looked at the end of the ancient road. Let's go get the world seed first. As he spoke, the golden divine light outside his body boiled and became even more intense. He flew with the group. Clang! It was also at this time that the clanging of swords reverberated. It was very ear-piercing. Behind him, Han Dunwei and the other 4 divine princes of the Chaos Tribe caught up. They slashed out dense killing swords from afar. These 5 bastards! Wuxing crocodile cursed. At the same time, his face became somewhat solemn. Han Dunwei and the other 4 divine princes of the Chaos Tribe were all very powerful. Even though the 5 of them were injured by the Emperor God-level killing formation that Lin Tian had summoned, they were still a huge threat to them now. All of you must die. A cold voice sounded behind them. Han Dunwei and the other 4 had cold eyes. They did not hide their killing intent at all. Chapter 1841. Han Dunwei, Han Dundu, Han Dundi, Han Dunzi, and Han Dun caught up. Even though they were severely injured, they were still experts who could kill an early divine king at their peak. At this moment, Lin Tian could not help but frown deeply as the 5 of them chased after him without the Duhan elixir and God Emperor-level killing runes. However, he had no way to deal with them at this moment. He could only speed up and rush towards the end of the ancient road. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The 5 divine princes from the chaotic tribe took action and slashed out their killing swords from afar. The killing swords pierced through the void and came before Lin Tianyi and the others in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian used the golden divine light to bring Baiziki and the others to move at an even faster speed. At the same time, he held up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. It was mixed with a sacred and majestic aura as it faced the slashes of Han Dunwei and the others. He did not stay for long and activated the 5 heavenly thunder skill as well. Together with the yin-yang steps, he rushed forward at an even faster speed. You have no way to live. You must die. Han Dunwei and the others said coldly. They had 10 divine princes and thousands of powerful clansmen. Lin Tian had killed 5 divine princes and thousands of clansmen in a short period of time. The 5 of them almost died as well. This made them want to kill Lin Tian to the extreme. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With the sound of the air breaking, the 5 of them sped up like Lin Tianyi and gradually closed the distance between them and Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi looked behind him as he sped towards the depths of the ancient road. Seeing the 5 of them getting closer and closer, he could not help but frown again. The situation in front of him was really terrible. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew from the ancient road, and a small forest appeared in front of them. Lin Tian had a faint white mist floating around. Lin Tian did not pay attention to such a scene at first. However, in the next moment, his pupils moved slightly and a ray of light appeared. Looking ahead, he was a little surprised. Then he could not help but smile. What's wrong, kid? Whooshing Crocodile saw his strange expression and asked. At the same time, he kept looking back. Seeing that Han Dunwei and the others were getting closer and closer to them, his expression couldn't help but become very solemn. Lin Tian smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just found a good place." As he spoke, he sped up and led Whooshing Crocodile and the others towards the small forest in front of them. In just a dozen breaths of time, he landed in this small forest with a group of people. Inside the small forest, the air was filled with white mist, giving off a fairy-like feeling. After entering this small forest, he led Whooshing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others forward for more than 300 meters before stopping. "Brett, why did you stop?" Ling Yun asked. At this moment, Han Dunwei and the rest were chasing after him. Lin Tian actually stopped at this moment. Right at this time, whooshing sounds could be heard as Primal Chaos Wei and the other 4 landed in the small forest one after another. Not running anymore. Why don't you run? Han Dunwei looked at Lin Tian and said coldly. Beside him, Han Dundu, Han Dundi, Han Dunzi, and Han Dun, she also had cold gazes, and their killing intent was shocking. No need. I'll send you on your way here. Lin Tian looked at the 5 of them and said indifferently. Hearing his words, Baiziki and the others were moved. Brat, you have a way to deal with them? White Tiger asked. And Yao Yao and the others also looked at him. Lin Tian didn't say anything and only nodded. On the opposite side, Han Dunwei and the other 4 still had cold gazes. With your current strength, can you deal with us? What a joke. Without external strength, you're nothing. Han Dunwei said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't say anything else and directly stepped towards Lin Tian. Murderous light intertwined around his body. Murderous sword light appeared as he stepped forward and slashed towards Lin Tian. At the same time, it enveloped Baiziki and the others. Lin Tian could feel the terror of this murderous light, but at this time he didn't care at all. Then, I'm really sorry. I have external strength now. He smiled. As he spoke, he stomped his right leg on the ground. dragon patterns scattered, and instantly caused the entire small forest to tremble. The white fog floating in the small forest rolled. Then white light surged out from the ground and gathered into a dense white sword light in the blink of an eye. It directly slashed towards Hun Dunway. With a sizzle, Hun Dunway's murderous light was shattered in the blink of an eye. Moreover, a powerful force spread out and sent Hun Dunway flying. Bright red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "You!" Immediately, Hun Dunway's expression changed. At the same time, the other 4 chaotic divine princes also changed their expressions. "Brat, what are you?" Whooshing Crocodile and the others were also shocked. At the same time, their eyes lit up with joy. Lin Tian suddenly displayed such powerful strength and was able to suppress Hun Dunway and the others again. "The terrain here is very unusual," Lin Tian said simply. When he saw the small forest, he didn't pay much attention to it at first. However, he soon realized that there was an annihilation immortal layout under the small forest. It contained extremely rich power of heaven and earth. Even a peak divine king would be greatly threatened by it. He stepped in and used the dragon burial scripture to mobilize the power of the annihilation immortal layout under the ground. It was enough to deal with Hun Dunway and the others. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Whooshing Crocodile and the others' eyes lit up even more. They naturally understood what Lin Tian meant. There was an earth-shattering situation in the small forest. Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture to mobilize the power of the natural situation here. Good, good, good. What good luck. The heavens want these little bastards dead. White Tiger laughed heartily. The God Emperor level-killing rune was destroyed by the King of Chaos. They were once again chased by Hun Dunway and the others. Their situation was extremely bad. However, they never thought that they would encounter a terrifying power of heaven and earth pattern. Lin Tian was able to move the power of such a heaven and earth pattern and suppress Hun Dunway and the others once again. On the opposite side, Hun Dunway and the other 4 Shensis had ugly expressions. Even though they didn't know how Lin Tian suddenly displayed such terrifying power, they knew that Lin Tian now had the power to suppress them again. Retreat! Hun Dunway gritted his teeth and ordered the other 4 Shensis to retreat quickly. Lin Tian was too strange. They had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Tian and almost died. At this time, seeing Lin Tian suddenly mobilize such a strange power, they naturally wouldn't be careless and were extremely cautious. Don't even think about leaving once you've entered. Lin Tian Ondao. As his words fell, endless dragon runes spread out from the bottom of his feet. In this small forest, more white light suddenly rushed out from the ground and turned into a white light realm that completely enveloped the small forest. With a few bangs, Hun Dunway and the others had only retreated a few hundred feet before they were all knocked back. Their expressions were very ugly. As one of the 10 Shensis, I'll send you to see the 5 Shensis so that you can gather together again. Lin Tianling smiled. As his words fell, even more dragon markings rippled out from under his feet, causing the entire small forest to tremble once again. A waterfall of light rushed up from the ground, exuding an extremely terrifying aura of destruction, directly pressing towards Hun Dunway and the other 4. P.S. Let me tell you something. The dragon will be delayed for 10 days. During these 10 days, there will be various activities and she will have to go to various places. She won't be able to update normally. From today until the 21st of this month, she can only update once a day. Sorry. Then, as usual, the Dragon Empress will definitely find time to make up for the chapters she owes during this period. Please rest assured. Chapter 1842. The waterfall of light was 1,000 feet tall, completely formed by the power of the annihilation immortal layout under the small mountain. The intertwining aura was too terrifying. Even a pinnacle divine king would be terrified by such power. Hun Dunway, Hun Dundu, Hun Dundi, Hun Dunzi, and Hun Dun, she changed their expressions on the spot. At this time, under the situation where they could not escape, they could only brace themselves and support all their divine power to resist. Boom! The waterfall of light, condensed by Lin Tian's annihilation immortal layout, shook and rumbled. In the next moment, it collided with the divine power of the 5 people. Sizzling sounds were heard. In the blink of an eye, the divine power of the 5 people was completely crushed by the waterfall of light. At the same time, the power of the waterfall of light did not dissipate. It continued to press down on Han Dunzi and the others. In the next moment, it firmly landed on the 5 of them. Poof! 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 5 waves of blood splattered. Han Dunzi and the others were all crushed by the waterfall of light. Although the power is far inferior to the previous divine emperor-killing marks, it is definitely enough to deal with these 5 bastards. Whooshing crocodiles snickered. Destroy them! The white tiger shouted. Of course. Lin Tiandao said, however, if I really want to kill them, it can't be done in an instant. After all, the power of the annihilation immortal layout that I can control is limited. I can't truly unleash its full power. As he said this, he looked ahead. In that direction, the sound of flesh squirming echoed. Han Dunzi and the others were not destroyed in body and soul. At this time, they reformed their bodies. After reforming their bodies, they looked at Lin Tian at this time. At this time, the 5 people's expressions were exceptionally ugly. Lin Tian's cultivation was clearly far inferior to theirs. Clearly, every time, they were the ones chasing after Lin Tian. Every time, Lin Tian was at a disadvantage. However, in the end, they were always the ones in danger. This change made them feel suffocated and very uncomfortable. You all look very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Lin Tian looked at the 5 people and smiled. The expressions of primal chaos Z and the others were already very ugly. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian say such a sentence with a smile, it was obvious that they could hear the mockery in his words. Human, don't be too proud. Without these external forces, you are nothing. Han Dunwei said coldly. Lin Tian sneered. But I just have some external help. I'm just proud. What can you do about it? If you're not convinced, you can also bring in some external forces. Han Dunwei's face turned even uglier and colder. If he could really summon such power, would he still have such an ugly expression? He had long used this power to kill the person in front of him. Nothing to say. Lin Tian looked at the man. Then die. As his words fell, there was a boom. In this place, the power of the annihilation immortal layout underground was once again mobilized by him. Wave after wave of annihilation immortal light trembled and pressed down on Han Dunwei and the others. Fierce auras intertwined, directly shattering the nearby void. The white mist that originally existed in the air drifted in all directions. Han Dunwei and the others resisted with all their strength like before, but the result was the same as before. It was impossible to resist such a powerful force. The divine power light screen was instantly shattered and then exploded again. This time, the 5 still did not die. Their divine souls were not destroyed, and they quickly reformed their physical bodies. But their auras were much weaker. You want to kill us? It's not that easy. The 5 of them gritted their teeth. Although they felt a great threat, and although their expressions were ugly, they did not admit defeat verbally. Lin Tianling smiled. Then let's see how long you can last. The dragon burial scripture operated, and the power of the annihilation immortal layout was mobilized by him again, crushing towards Han Dunwei and the others. Once again, the bodies of Han Dunwei and the others exploded. Then, Lin Tian directly used the power of the annihilation immortal layout underground to activate the God transformation talisman, which fell on Han Dunwei's divine soul. No, a desperate and unwilling scream rang out. After Han Dunwei's body was destroyed, his divine soul was also destroyed by the God transformation talisman. Old 5. Han Dunwei and the others were shocked and angry. Among them, Another one was killed by Lin Tiansha. Don't worry, I'll send you to see him immediately. Lin Tiandao. As his words fell, his right leg shook the ground. Dragon marks intertwined under his feet, and a large amount of annihilation immortal light intertwined, turning into rays of annihilation immortal light that drowned Hun Dunwei and the others. In front of the ancient road, the pressure of the divine emperors intertwined. Every strand was extremely terrifying and seemed to be able to crush everything. The King of Chaos and the old ruffian were fighting fiercely, and they were evenly matched. At this time, while fighting the old ruffian, he looked towards the depths of the ancient road. The place he was looking at was where Lin Tian and the others were. Old fart, I was right, wasn't I? The 10 divine princes of your primal chaos clan will all die on this ancient road. All of them died in the hands of that little guy. The old ruffian clicked his tongue and swung his hand to suppress the King of Chaos. The King of Chaos's eyes were extremely cold. He smashed the old ruffian's divine light with a slap and then stepped towards where Lin Tian and the others were. His eyes were filled with coldness. Naturally, he could sense what was happening there. Hun Dun Wei had died in Lin Tian's hands at this time. Your opponent is me, this old man. The old ruffian moved and stopped the King of Chaos. As he swept out a large amount of immortal light, he said, I advise you to obediently return to your primal chaos world. Don't think about killing that little guy. You felt that aura more than 10 years ago, right? The person who emitted that aura is very close to that little guy. Be careful not to provoke that person. When that time comes, destroying your primal chaos clan will be a piece of cake. The King of Chaos's eyes had been very cold since he appeared, but at this time he couldn't help but be moved when he heard the old ruffian's words. You know that person. Is he related to that ant? He stared at the old ruffian, and his voice became a little lower. More than 10 years ago, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It clearly felt that the aura was only at the half-step divine emperor realm, but that pressure was too terrifying. Thousands of Daos were frightened, and countless ancient existences were shocked awake from their deep slumber. The King of Chaos naturally felt that aura, and his heart was deeply shaken by that aura. If the person who emitted that kind of aura appeared, he was very clear that even if he was at the peak of the divine emperor realm, he wouldn't be a match for him. To be able to emit such a terrifying aura at that level, it couldn't be described as terrifying. He didn't expect that the old ruffian actually knew who that person was, and said that he was very close to Lin Tian. The old ruffian chuckled and didn't say anything more. He waved his hand and interweaved divine light, shaking the entire ancient road. Divine Emperor Realm aura surged violently, deeper into the ancient road. Hong. Chapter 1843. The Annihilation Immortal Layout contained boundless power. With Lin Tian's current cultivation base, even though he was unable to mobilize all the power of the Annihilation Immortal Layout with the Dragon Burial Scripture, it was not difficult for him to deal with the 4 of them who were still alive. Buzz! Wave after wave of killing light surged towards the other party. All of them were formed by the power of the Immortal Annihilation Layout, shattering the Great Void. Naturally, the 4 of them did not dare to be careless in the slightest. They all used their strongest divine power to resist, interweaving chaos runes one after another. However, the power of the Immortal Annihilation Layout that Lin Tian mobilized with the Dragon Burial Scripture was too strong. In just an instant, the surging divine power of the 4 of them was directly crushed into pieces. Then, wave after wave of immortal annihilation light continued to press down on the 4 of them. Pooh! 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 Bloody mists exploded one after another. Hunzi and the other 3 could not withstand such power at all. Their physical bodies were shattered in the first moment. The bloody mist floated in the air like specks of stars. It was a dazzling sight. Good. Crush them all to death. Whooshing Crocodile and the others sneered, feeling very good. The sound of flesh and blood squirming was heard. The 4 of them did not die. Their immortal divine souls shook and quickly reformed their bodies. The 4 of them gritted their teeth, their expressions extremely ugly. As strong as they were, the 10 great divine children of the primal chaos world had the strength to kill early-stage divine kings. Their cultivation base was clearly higher than Lin Tian's, but they were suppressed by Lin Tian's strange power time and time again. Then they were ridiculed by Whooshing Crocodile and the others who were weaker than them. This made them feel extremely sullen and uncomfortable. What's the point of relying on external forces? Do you dare to compete with real battle strength? Chaos gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Tian. Sure, suppress your cultivation base to the same level as mine. I'll crush you with a finger. Lin Tian Ondao. What a joke. I cultivated step by step. Why should I suppress my cultivation base to fight with you? Primal Chaos said coldly. Lin Tian said disdainfully, this is an external force. I used my own methods to pull it out. Why should I not rely on it to fight you? Primal Chaos Z was at a loss for words. Lin Tian had actually used his own words to pressure him. All right, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet trembled. In an instant, even more annihilation, amplification, immortal light intertwined and pressed down on Handan. The speed of this annihilation-killing light was too fast, and its aura was too sharp. With a pop, it was crushed into pieces. Moreover, this time, even his spirit body was severely injured, and it was covered with cracks. It's about time. Die. Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both of his hands. The dragon patterns in the sky intertwined and transformed into a 1,000-foot-long dragon. Roar! The dragon threw its head back and roared, pressing straight toward Chaos Divine Soul. Chaos Divine Soul trembled. He didn't even have time to reform his physical body. He dragged his broken divine soul and dodged. Moreover, the other surviving divine princes of the primal chaos joined forces to stop the dragon from attacking primal chaos divine soul. However, the dragon's power was too strong. These people's help had no effect at all. The divine power they had unleashed was instantly crushed, and their physical bodies exploded one by one. At the same time, a scream was heard. Chaos Divine Soul couldn't dodge the dragon's bombardment and was directly hit. In the next moment, his divine soul collapsed. His body and soul were destroyed. Suddenly, the 10 divine princes and the 3 remaining divine princes of the chaotic clan who had come here all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces after they reformed their physical bodies. It's your turn. Lin Tian didn't give them any time to breathe. The dragon burial scripture was activated to the limit. He performed one of the core secret skills of the dragon burial scripture and directly transformed it into a rain of killing swords. The 3 divine princes of the chaotic clan were horrified. They all felt an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. They resisted with all their might, even burning a wisp of their life origin to forcibly increase their combat strength. However, they were already at the end of their rope. The speed at which they burned their life origin was too slow. They were directly interrupted by the 4 symbols seal activated by Heaven's annihilation immortal layout. Then, a large amount of annihilation-killing light crushed toward the 3 of them. Uft, uft, uft. Blood splattered everywhere as the 3 of them shattered into pieces. One of them was directly destroyed in body and soul, while the other 2 survived. However, they were extremely weak. Their souls were covered in cracks, and it was difficult for them to reform their physical bodies. Why waste your energy to repair your body? Just die. Lin Tian's voice rang out. With a rumble, the dragon burial scripture was activated again, and the surging power of the annihilation immortal layout pressed down mercilessly. This time, The two of them couldn't dodge or dodge. They were directly drowned by the surging annihilation immortal layout and disappeared from the world. They've all been killed. Good. The white tiger laughed loudly. The 10 primal chaos godchildren all died on this ancient road. The king of chaos will probably cry his eyes out. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian shook his head. Not necessarily, he said, although the 10 of them were very strong and were named as the 10 divine children of chaos. Their deaths would be a great loss to the chaotic tribe. However, an ancient existence like the king of chaos would not be affected by the death of 10 divine children. Whooshing crocodile thought for a moment and said, That makes sense. The king of chaos was a peak god emperor before the primordial era, the king of a race. It didn't seem like he would feel heartache over the death of 10 geniuses of his race. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry to the end of the ancient road. Lin Tian Ondao. Apart from the king of chaos, everyone else who entered this ancient road was dead. The king of chaos was blocked by the old hoodlum. At this time, he wanted to take advantage of this great opportunity to rush to the end of the ancient road and try to obtain the world seed there. He called out to Baiziki and the others, and quickly rushed to the end of the ancient road. Boom! Further ahead on the ancient road, the king of chaos and the old hoodlum were still fighting fiercely. The battle was very intense. The aura of the god emperors annihilated everything. TSK, did you feel it? Old chaos, I was right? The 10 geniuses of your primal chaos race have all been killed. The old hoodlum laughed loudly. The king of chaos' eyes were cold. He naturally felt that the aura of primal chaos godchildren had all disappeared. They had all been killed. However, other than the coldness in his eyes, he did not show the slightest bit of anger. Clearly, although he felt that it was a pity that Hun Dunzi and the others had died, and that it was a loss to the clan, he did not really take it seriously. Boom! Divine light surged all over his body, shaking all directions. He wanted to head to the end of the ancient road and personally obtain the world seed there. The old hoodlum naturally knew what the other was planning. He directly threw out a large amount of killing intent. Don't treat this old man like air. With a rumble, the 2 peak god emperors collided. The aura was extremely shocking. The space collapsed in pieces. Lin Tian killed primal chaos godchildren. At this time, his speed was very fast. He called out to the group of people and headed to the end of the ancient road. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Chapter 1844. Faint holy light intertwined. It was only the size of a thumb, but it seemed to be pregnant with all possibilities. This is the world seed. The group was shocked. When they reached the end of the ancient road, a thumb-sized cluster of light interweaved in the chaotic, distorted space. It was hazy and surrounded by a vast and incomparably dense aura, causing the group to instantly think of what it was. Such a thumb-sized thing intertwined with such vast divine power. If it wasn't the world seed at the end of this ancient road, what else could it be? Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined. Looking at the world seed in the chaotic space, he immediately beckoned the group to move forward. The group nodded and stepped forward. Then, in the next moment, except for Lin Tian, everyone trembled and stopped. Cold sweat even slid down their foreheads. What's wrong? Lin Tian naturally saw the group's abnormality. Baiziki and Ai Yao Yao, Fanning Xiong Yangqi, and the others all looked at Lin Tian. White Tiger asked, You don't feel it? What do I feel? Lin Tian Wei frowned slightly. The group looked at Lin Tian and they were all moved. Whooshing Crocodile said, A lot of pressure. Just like when we faced the Order Crystal. No, the pressure is countless times greater than that. Now Lord Crocodile feels that we can't move forward anymore. Same, Ling Yun said. Baiziki and Ai Yao Yao and the others didn't say anything, but from their eyes, they could see the same meaning. Even little Taichu couldn't help but murmur in a childish voice, just like Whooshing Crocodile and the others. At this time, they felt that if they took another step forward, they would definitely face more terrifying pressure. That kind of pressure seemed to be able to easily crush them, causing them to instinctively feel a sense of death. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Everyone in the group felt such pressure. However, he didn't feel anything. You really don't feel anything? White Tiger asked Lin Tian again, looking at Lin Tian's relaxed expression at this time. No. Lin Tian shook his head. This caused the group of people to be moved. No matter how they looked at it, this situation was somewhat unusual. It was also at this moment that a Wung sound rang out. At the end of the ancient path, within the chaotic space, the world seed trembled slightly, and an even more astonishing radiance swirled about. It was like the primordial light of the great world, vast and terrifying. At the same time, almost at the same time, faint rays of Tao light appeared outside Lin Tian's body. They were also vast and intertwined, as if they could cover everything in the world. Lin Tian was slightly shocked. As the world seed in the chaotic space at the end of the ancient road trembled, the nameless Tao law in his body took the initiative. Strands of nomological power intertwined outside his body and seemed to resonate with the world seed. This, by Ziki and the others, were moved again. Naturally, they saw this scene and felt that there was something unusual about it. Your strange Tao seems to be resonating with that world seed. Wuxing Crocodile glared at him. Yeah. Little Taichu also stared with big round eyes, obviously surprised. Lin Tian sensed the nameless Tao law in his body, intertwining on its own. He sensed the world seed trembling at the end of the ancient road. The resonance between the two became more and more obvious. The shock in his eyes couldn't help but become more intense. This nameless Tao law was comprehended when he stepped into the half-step Great Tao. He never knew what Tao it was. He didn't expect this Tao to automatically resonate with the world seed when he stepped into this place at this time. This really shocked him. Looking at the world seed, he was a little stunned for a while. Wuxing Crocodile and the others reacted at this time. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the world seed in front of him, clenched his claws, and said to Lin Tiandao, "Kid, hurry up and go forward. Lord Crocodile feels that you can definitely get that world seed." "Absolutely." "Yes, hurry up. Master Tiger feels the same. You can definitely get the world seed in your hands." White Tiger followed. At this time, the group could feel the huge pressure from the world seed. They couldn't even get close to it. However, Lin Tian wasn't affected at all. Moreover, the Tao in his body even resonated with the world seed. The two intertwined with the same vastness and vastness. This was already a sign. At this time, they all had reason to believe that Lin Tian could definitely get the world seed. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with light. In fact, his gaze had already fallen on the world seed at this time. He took a deep breath and moved. Step by step, he walked toward the chaotic space that shrouded the world seed. His footsteps were slow and powerful. He was carefully on guard because the chaotic space was extremely terrifying and had an extremely terrifying destructive power. Even though he didn't feel the enormous pressure like the 5 elemental crocodile and by Ziki, and even though the nameless Tao law in his body was resonating with the world seed, he still appeared to be very careful. "Dba, Dba, Dba." Heavy footsteps sounded one after another. After dozens of breaths, Lin Tian came to the edge of the chaotic space that wrapped the world seed. After pausing for a moment, he stepped into it with one foot. Then he stepped into it safely. This made his eyes light up. There was no problem. The next moment he stepped out again. His body was completely submerged in the chaotic space. The terrifying destructive power that originally belonged to the chaotic space didn't suppress him. At the same time, he still didn't feel the slightest pressure from the world seed. The resonance between the nameless Tao law in his body and the world seed became more intense, and the Tao light became stronger. He went in safely, Whooshing Crocodile and the others stared straight ahead with surprise in their eyes. At the same time, there was strong anticipation and excitement. In the chaotic space, Lin Tian was very close to the World Seed. After taking a deep breath, he started to walk forward. After dozens of breaths, he finally came to the side of the World Seed. At such a close distance, the World Seed was like a sparkling and translucent pearl. There were no Tao patterns or divine inscriptions on it. There was only pure radiance and boundless vastness. It was only the size of a thumb, but it gave off a feeling that it was countless times vaster than a major world like the Immortal Realms. Moreover, as he got closer to the World Seed, the nameless Tao law in his body vibrated even more violently. The light that the World Seed emitted also became stronger. The nameless Tao light and the World Seed's light vibrated and moved closer to each other. In the next moment, the two lights collided and then started to merge. Buzz! An even more shocking and vast aura surged. In an instant, the chaotic space in this place started to collapse, turning into infinite power that surged into the World Seed. Then, a blinding light pillar shot up and enveloped Lin Tian and the World Seed at the same time. The vast and boundless aura seemed to penetrate the entire world. In an instant, the entire ancient road shook. The Chaos King and the old hooligan were shocked and looked at the end of the ancient road. That kid really got the World Seed. Chapter 1845. The old hooligan's eyes widened as he looked at the end of the ancient road. He had asked Lin Tian to try his best to get the World Seed, but he did not expect Lin Tian to really get it. The King of Chaos's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with coldness. He stared at the depths of the ancient road and strode towards it. "You're ignoring me again." The old hooligan's divine consciousness was focused on the depths of the ancient road. At the same time, he attacked and continued to stop the King of Chaos. He curled his lips and said, "The World Seed has already been taken. What can you do there?" The King of Chaos's eyes were cold. He did not say anything, but the chaotic light outside his body became even more intense. Boom! The entire space shook, and the murderous aura was terrifying. At the end of the ancient road, the chaotic space that enveloped the World Seed crumbled into pieces, turning into shocking light that flowed continuously into the seed. In an instant, the light emitted by the World Seed became even more shocking. Everything within a radius of 10 feet was enveloped by this light. Lin Tian was also enveloped by this divine light. He felt his body become extremely heavy, as if he was filled with lead. He could not move at all. However, at the same time, he also felt very comfortable. His essence, energy, spirit, and other aspects were becoming stronger at a very shocking speed. Buzz! Gradually, the divine light became denser and more terrifying. Everything in this space was enveloped by a layer of divine light. Heaven and earth began to shake. The World Seed jumped in front of Lin Tian. In the next moment, the World Seed trembled. It was surrounded by the Tao radiance outside Lin Tian's body. It was forcefully pulled into Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian to tremble again. Then the light and Tao radiance on his body became even denser. The ancient road was instantly filled with divine lights. It entered his body. He really took that thing. Whooshing Crocodile and the others had thought that Lin Tianyi would be able to obtain the World Seed. However, when they saw the World Seed enter Lin Tianyi's body, they couldn't help but be shocked. After all, this World Seed was not ordinary. It was said that it could nurture a power more terrifying than order. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had tried to obtain it but failed. But now Lin Tian had obtained it. "This guy is simply," and Ai Yao Yao's eyes flickered. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. Before he came here, he didn't think that he could take the World Seed away. Even if he could, he thought that it would take a lot of effort. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the World Seed so easily. He didn't need to use any effort at all. This caused him, who had a firm heart, to involuntarily feel a little excited at this time. At the same time, strands of strange light appeared in his eyes. Then wait for the Tao, he muttered to himself. He could feel that the reason why he could get close to the world seed so easily and then resonate with it so that it floated into his body was completely related to his nameless Tao law. This caused him to be even more shocked by the nameless Tao law that he didn't understand at all. It was simply too extraordinary. Buzz. Divine light surrounded and intertwined as the world seed entered his body. It was like a light spot moving around in his body. After dozens of breaths, it came to the side of his life origin. After that, it stopped moving. Only strands of world origin light gushed out from the world seed and entered every corner of his body. In an instant, Lin Tianji felt that his essence, energy, and spirit were becoming stronger at an even faster speed. His cultivation level was close to that of a half-step heavenly god. Moreover, his flesh and bones were also becoming stronger rapidly at this time. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. After dozens of breaths, the world seed stopped beside his life origin and completely merged with him. At the same time, a majestic force surged out from his body. At this moment, he forcefully stepped into the half-step heavenly god realm. At this time, his cultivation level had advanced to the half-step heavenly god realm. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. His consciousness had always been focused on the world seed beside his life origin. As this thing merged into his body, he felt even more how extraordinary it was. It was really too vast. Good. His eyes were shining brightly, mixed with unconcealable excitement, because at this time he was indeed very happy. The world seed, he had obtained it. In the future, he could use his divine power to nurture this world seed, turning it into a real world that was countless times more vast than the celestial realm. Moreover, it was possible that it could nurture a power that was even more powerful than order. How could he not be excited? Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook again, and the space collapsed. Chaotic light surged. At this time, the king of chaos rushed here, his entire body surging with chaotic light. His eyes fell on Lin Tianji, and he directly grabbed at Lin Tianji. Old Chaos, I already said that your opponent is this old man. The old hooligan arrived in a flash and slapped at the king of chaos. At the same time, he said to Lin Tiandao, Boy, you really surprised this old man. You actually got it. I'm just lucky. Lin Tianji said so, and he was also on guard against the king of chaos. At the same time, Baiziki and the others were also looking at the king of chaos warily. After all, this was a peak divine emperor. Even though there was an old hooligan here, they were still nervous. The king of chaos's gaze fell on Lin Tianji. He avoided the old hooligan's palm strike and once again grabbed at Lin Tianji. His 5 fingers opened together, forming a heaven and earth prison, and his aura was oppressive. Lin Tianji immediately felt an extremely great pressure. His internal organs became cold, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, the old hooligan also took action. He also used a great ability to meet the king of chaos's heaven and earth prison. Old Chaos, you really dare to continue to attack this boy? Are you not afraid of provoking that person from more than 10 years ago? The old hooligan said. The king of chaos's eyes were cold. He did not respond at all, and an even stronger killing light surged out. More than 10 years ago, the aura that suddenly rushed out between heaven and earth was indeed very terrifying. Although it was only a half-step divine emperor, it made his heart tremble. He knew very well that he was definitely not a match for the person who could emit such a terrifying aura. He could only be defeated and die. He was indeed very afraid. However, compared to that fear, he was more concerned about the world seed at this time. He had tried to take the world seed in the past, but he could not. But now, Lin Tianji had taken the world seed. He only needed to refine Lin Tianji and possess him, and then he would be able to control the world seed. In fact, he had sent the 10 chaotic divine children to enter the ancient road in the hope that one of them would be able to obtain the world seed. Then he would seize the physical body of the person who obtained the world seed. Immediately, the world seed would belong to him, and his strength would undergo a tremendous change in a very short period of time. Now, the world seed was taken by Lin Tianji. As long as he suppressed Lin Tianji and seized Lin Tianji's physical body, he would be able to control the world seed. Then, in the future, he would comprehend a power stronger than the order. At that time, he would not need to be afraid of that person. Boom! Chapter 1846. The chaotic light converged into a large river with stars revolving around it. The aura it emitted was extremely powerful and frightening. Lin Tian's scalp went numb. This was the king territory of the chaotic immortal river. The king of chaos actually used this king territory to suppress him. A king's domain executed by a peak god emperor primal chaos body was truly terrifying. His divine soul was trembling intensely. In just an instant, before the chaotic immortal river could press down on him, his body was directly imprisoned. The chaotic immortal river nurtured the powerful will of the king of chaos to suppress him. With his current realm, he couldn't withstand it at all. I've already said that your opponent is me. You want to suppress me and seize the world seed? No way. The old hooligan snorted. Divine power surged, and a hazy divine shadow appeared behind him. He directly slapped the chaotic immortal river that the king of chaos summoned. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Lin Tian. His tone was very solemn. "Kid, hurry up and leave this place immediately." As he said this, he looked into the distance through the void with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Then he raised his hand. In the process of fighting with the king of chaos, he shattered the void here with a slap, creating a huge void door. "Go. Let the world seed take root and germinate as soon as possible." He transmitted his voice to Lin Tian again. Then he wrapped Lin Tian in the God Emperor level light and threw him into the void door. Others can leave, but not him. A cold voice sounded. In the distant sky, a light figure walked over. His entire body was surrounded by divine light, and he directly shattered the world door opened by the old hooligan. The light figure walked closer and directly raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Lin Tian was immediately moved. This person was Sakura. He suddenly understood why the old hooligan was suddenly a little anxious and personally sent him away. It turned out that after the king of chaos, Sakura had also come and was sensed by the old hooligan. A huge light hand shook and slapped towards Lin Tian. The aura of a peak emperor god was surging. "Old man!" Behind the old hooligan, the divine shadow that was condensed previously became even stronger. Its aura was monstrous as it faced Sakura. With a whoosh, Sakura's divine hand was immediately shattered. However, Sakura's expression didn't change. He was still cold. "Back then, I did not manage to obtain the order Heavenly Crystal. Today, I must obtain the world seed." Di Tian's voice was cold. With a rumbling sound, the aura he emitted became even more powerful. It was terrifying to the extreme. He released a divine light to suppress the old hoodlum while simultaneously grabbing towards Lin Tian. "The world seed belongs to me," the king of chaos said coldly. While he was fighting the old hooligan with Wang Yu, the light of chaos vibrated and he raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. "Seize it with your own ability," Sakura said. Although he belonged to the same camp as the primal chaos king, under certain circumstances, they still had to compete. It was impossible for them to give in to each other. The primal chaos king coldly snorted and attacked even more fiercely. The two god emperor auras surged toward the old hooligan and toward Lin Tian at the same time, causing the void in all directions to tremble. "You two old farts!" The old hooligan ground his teeth. Divine light surged from his entire body as he forcibly shattered the divine power that the king of chaos and king of chaos were using to suppress Lin Tian. He forcefully intercepted the King of Chaos and King of Chaos. With a rumbling sound, the divine powers of the three great God Emperor level powerhouses clashed as if they were going to annihilate everything. Lin Tian started to worry. He had already obtained the World Seed. He had reached the half-step heavenly god realm. But the gap between him and the King of Chaos and Sakra was too obvious. He couldn't block them at all. Although the old hooligan was very strong, fighting two peak god emperors at the same time wasn't a good situation. If this continued, he would definitely be in danger. Brat, what are you still standing there for? While I'm holding them back, quickly run away and leave this place. The old hooligan fought the King of Chaos and Sakra while saying to Lin Tian, "The World Seed can't be lost." At this time, he was holding back the King of Chaos and Sakra by himself. He was already unable to send Lin Tian and the others away. Lin Tian's expression changed as he said, "The World Seed can't be lost." At this time, it was the first time he saw the old hooligan so solemn. This made him even more aware of the importance of the World Seed that he had obtained. It actually made the old hooligan so serious. At this moment, he nodded seriously. While the old hooligan was holding back the King of Chaos and Sakra, he directly called out to Baiziki, Lingyan, and the others to escape from the ancient road. The King of Chaos and Sakra's eyes became even colder at the same time. They attacked together and suppressed Lin Tian across space. At the same time, almost at the same time, in the distant sky, several God Emperor level auras appeared continuously. 3 figures appeared one after another and crossed over here at the same time. "Don't leave, stay." One of them said coldly. With a rumble, the aura of life and death surged. The people who came attacked. Endless light of life and death pressed down on Lin Tian. Life and death law. Holy King Luinjuan. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. At the same time, when he saw the other 2 people, his expression became even worse. They were obviously Grand Supreme and the Netherworld King. These ancient existences had actually all come here. Moreover, this time, they seemed to be in their real bodies. Wuxing Crocodile also recognized them as he had seen them before. His expression also changed. This is troublesome. At the same time, Baiziki and the others also changed their expressions. In the blink of an eye, so many God Emperors appeared here. Their intentions were obviously all for Lin Tian. They wanted to suppress Lin Tian and seize Lin Tian's physical body to obtain the World Seed. That Ant back then actually had the ability to obtain the World Seed here. I really misjudged him. Grand Supreme said coldly. He had seen Lin Tian before, and was not surprised that Lin Tian had escaped from the no-emptiness domain. This was because he did not see the scene when Lin Tian fell into the no-emptiness domain. After all, after he burned his incarnation, he only enveloped Wu Yi. After that, the consciousness of the divine transformation realm directly disappeared. Endless divine light intertwined and surrounded his body, pressing down on Lin Tian. The aura was terrifying and powerful. Almost at the same time, the Netherworld King also made his move. The Netherworld light rolled and pressed down on Lin Tian. Suddenly, the aura of 5 peak God Emperors surged. The entire place shook violently. The old thug was shocked. For the first time, he turned pale and tried his best to stop them. However, it was obviously impossible for him to stop 5 God Emperors of the same level at the same time. He could not do it. The monstrous divine power of the God Emperors reached Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Lin Tian could not move at all. Only a gust of cold air surged from every part of his body. The feeling of death was unprecedentedly strong. Be gentle to other people's disciples. Suddenly a calm voice sounded. Without a sound, a man in a white robe appeared in front of Lin Tian. Faint divine light intertwined around his body. Chapter 1847. A faint voice floated in the air. A man appeared silently in front of Lin Tian. He was tall and handsome. faint divine light intertwined around his body. In an instant, the divine light that the King of Chaos and the others were using to suppress Lin Tian was shattered. Everyone was shocked. "Who's that?" The King of Chaos, the Nether King, and the others could not help but stop fighting with the old gangster. All of them looked at the man in the white robe. The old gangster was naturally shocked. The King of Chaos, the Nether King, and the other Peak Emperor gods unleashed powerful divine power at the same time. However, they were all shattered in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he did not notice how the man in the white robe appeared at all. This shocked him. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed. Although the man in the white robe in front of him had his back facing him at this moment, he remembered that familiar aura very clearly. It was also at this moment that the man turned around and pressed one hand on Lin Tian's head. He rubbed Lin Tian's head randomly and messed up Lin Tian's hair. "Boy, did you miss me, your master?" "Yes." Lin Tian nodded immediately without any hesitation. All these years he had really missed the man in front of him. This was his master. An old drunkard was the person he respected the most in his life. At this moment, an old drunkard suddenly appeared. He was surprised and happy. At the same time, behind him, Whooshing Crocodile, Ling Yin, and the others were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Tian's master to suddenly appear here. They knew how powerful Lin Tian's master was. "This is Boy Lin's master, the man who is known as a genius?" White Tiger and Enai Yao Yao were also shocked. Although they had not seen an old drunkard with their own eyes, they had heard Lin Tian mention him before. They did not expect to see him today. "Yes, it's that person." Whooshing Crocodile tugged at its claws. Every once in a while, his strength would undergo a true leap in leaps and bounds. He gives people the feeling that he is omnipotent. Lin Tian looked at an old drunkard, and after a few breaths, he calmed down a little. For a moment, he couldn't help but forget about the existence of the primal Chaos King and the other peak, Divine Lordess. He asked an old drunkard, "Old man, where have you been all these years?" "I didn't go back to the Burning Sun sect even once." An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and rubbed Lin Tian's head. There was a faint light in his eyes, and at this moment he seemed incomparably deep. "Nothing much. I'm just going to look at this world with your mistress." Boom! Suddenly, a shocking Divine Lord's aura surged. There were a total of 5 of them. The 5 peak Divine Lords all moved. All kinds of divine light pressed down together, mainly towards Lin Tian. At the same time, an old drunkard was also covered by it. From an old drunkard's words, they already knew about the relationship between an old drunkard and Lin Tian. Although an old drunkard looked extraordinary, they did not care. After all, they had all existed for countless years. In this world, there were not many people who could make them care. Now, their main focus was still on Lin Tian. Because the world seed was in Lin Tian's body, all of them had the same idea. Suppress Lin Tian, seize Lin Tian's physical body, and then control the world seed. After that, they would comprehend the power that surpassed the order. With a rumble, 5 peak Divine Lords' auras surged. In the blink of an eye, they came in front of Lin Tian and an old drunkard and pressed down mercilessly. This was not a destructive, divine power. That was because the world seed was in Lin Tian's body. They had to seize Lin Tian's complete physical body and infuse it with their divine souls before they could control the world seed. Thus, they could not destroy Lin Tian's physical body. However, even so, the divine power was still very terrifying. It was mixed with a great power that could suppress everything. Lin Tian's physical body trembled. The attack was really terrifying. He felt as though his soul was going to be annihilated in the next moment. He could not even move his fingers or open his mouth. However, the oppressive feeling disappeared in an instant. An old drunkard's body flashed with a faint light and blocked off the majestic aura of the King of Chaos and the others. At the same time, The divine power that the 5 peak divine lords used was shattered in an instant. The 5 of them could not help but tremble slightly. They staggered back more than 10 steps. All of them were shocked. The 5 of them attacked at the same time. Although they did not use their full strength, the divine power was definitely very terrifying. However, at that moment, it was shattered by an old drunkard's aura and forced the 5 of them to retreat at the same time. Even the old gangster was moved. He stared at the old drunkard without blinking, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. Where did this old monster come from? A powerful and ancient existence, like him, was deeply shocked at this time. The 5 elements alligator, Lin Yin, and the others were even more astounded. Even though they knew that Lin Tian's master, the old drunkard, was extremely powerful and abnormal, they still couldn't help but be astounded when they saw this scene at this moment. This power, White Tiger's eyes almost popped out. He did not even look at the King of Chaos and the others. His back was facing the King of Chaos and the others. Just his aura alone was enough to shatter the divine power that the King of Chaos and the other peak divine lords used. He even sent the 5 of them flying. How terrifying was that? Lin Tian was naturally shocked too. Old man, you! Just his aura alone was enough to send the 5 peak divine lords flying. What kind of power was that? One should know that the King of Chaos and the other 4 were not ordinary emperor gods. They either had king bodies, super bloodline, or mastered eternal divine way. However, such a group of super experts were easily sent flying by an old drunkard. What level are you at? He looked at an old drunkard in shock. An old drunkard looked at him and rubbed his head for the 3rd time. He messed up his hair even more and smiled. Take a guess. Lin Tian was speechless. Human. A cold and gloomy voice was heard. The King of Chaos and the other 4 looked at an old drunkard. Their auras started to rise and their eyes were cold. An old drunkard tilted his head and looked at the King of Chaos and the others. His gaze was calm and there were no fluctuations in his emotions. After glancing at the 5 of them, his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. The current immortal region is no longer suitable for you. Go to the chaotic world, the new underworld, and the Dafan Holy Land to train. If you want the world seed to become a great world, you need some special divine items to activate it. You need to go to these places to find them. Lin Tian was shocked again. Is there such a thing? An old drunkard nodded and pointed his finger. A ray of light flew into Lin Tian's consciousness and told Lin Tian what he needed to find. Boom! The aura of the god emperors rumbled. The King of Chaos and the other 4 moved once more, pressing towards Lin Tian step by step. At this moment, most of their gazes were on the old drunkard. All of them could tell that the old drunkard was strong. Chapter 1848. 5 Celestial Emperors' auras surged. The 5 Celestial Emperors attacked at the same time. The waves of divine energy were many times stronger than before. They enveloped old drunkard at the same time. The heavens and earth trembled. The ancient road rumbled as if it was going to shatter in the next moment. Old man, be careful! Lin Tian could naturally feel the terror of the divine power waves. Even though the divine power was suppressing an old drunkard and not a trace of aura landed on him, it still made his internal organs feel cold. His god soul felt like it was going to shatter in the next moment. An old drunkard still had his back facing the King of Chaos, Grand Supreme, Lord of the Abyss, and the others. The faint divine light outside his body swayed slightly, and the divine power that came pressing down on him was instantly shattered. At the same time, the divine light outside his body rippled like water and enveloped Grand Supreme, King of Chaos, and the others completely. The King of Chaos, Grand Supreme, and the others shook their divine power. However, they could not resist the divine light at all. They could not even break free from it. Their expressions changed drastically. Lin Tian's face turned pale, and he could not help but tremble. Those were 5 peak emperor gods. They were all famous figures, but now they were suppressed by an old drunkard so easily. Whooshing Crocodile by Ziki and the others were naturally shocked. They were all shocked by an old drunkard's ability. At the same time, the old gangster stared at an old drunkard, and then his pupils shrank. Could it be that he has surpassed the emperor god level? The King of Chaos and the others had reached the end of the emperor god level, and none of them were ordinary cultivators. However, now the 5 of them were attacking an old drunkard together, but they were suppressed by an old drunkard so easily. This ability made him change color. It was a little too scary. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and said, "They want to take your physical body for the world seed. As long as the world seed is in your body, you will be in danger." He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Should I eliminate them now, or should I wait until you become stronger and deal with them yourself?" When he said this, his voice was very calm, and his expression was also very calm. It was as if killing the King of Chaos and the others would not take any effort at all. This also caused the King of Chaos, Saint King Luan Zhuan, and the others' expressions to turn even uglier. An old drunkard was clearly looking down on them. They all roared, their voices shaking the sky. They all used all of their strength to attack the divine radiance of an old drunkard that enveloped their bodies. However, this was completely useless. The divine light of an old drunkard that enveloped their bodies looked extremely thin, but it was shockingly tough. They couldn't break through it, even with their full strength. This undoubtedly caused the expressions of the 5 of them to change again and again. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile by Ziki and the others were also shocked. They were all quite shocked by the scene before them. This kind of ability was really too terrifying. Lin Tian was naturally shocked by the scene. Although he knew that his master was very freakishly powerful, he still couldn't help but tremble. The King of Chaos and the others were completely suppressed. Moreover, it was so simple. He had completely suppressed the 5 of them with just his aura. What do you say? Do you want me to kill them? Or do you want to kill them later? An old drunkard's voice sounded again. The shock in Lin Tian's heart dissipated in an instant. His thoughts became incomparably agile. He looked at an old drunkard, looked at the suppressed King of Chaos and the other 4. Finally, his gaze fell on an old drunkard again. He said seriously, "I'll kill him." He didn't know how strong an old drunkard was now. However, he could see that an old drunkard definitely wouldn't find it difficult to kill the King of Chaos and the others. It should be very easy. However, he didn't want to let an old drunkard attack whenever there was a strong opponent. These 5 people came for the world seed that he obtained. They wanted to suppress and kill him. They were all his enemies. This time, he wanted to face them alone. Although he couldn't defeat the 5 of them now, and it was very dangerous for him to leave them alive, it was also a kind of motivation that could force him to increase his strength extremely quickly. Moreover, there was another very important point. Among the 5 of them, the Grand Supreme and Saint King Luan Zhuan had attacked Wu Yi before. The Grand Supreme even burned an incarnation to banish Wu Yi to the Wukong domain. He couldn't bear it, and now, even though he believed that these 2 people were no match for Wu Yi was his wife. These 2 people had attacked his wife. No matter how strong Wu Yi was, even if Wu Yi could kill these 2 people with a raise of his hand, from his standpoint, he still wanted to kill these 2 people with his own hands. There was no other reason. This was the responsibility that he should have as a husband. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian. "Are you sure?" Lin Tian nodded. "I'm sure." An old drunkard ruffled Lin Tian's hair and said with a smile, "Very good." As his words fell, he directly raised his hand and casually swung it behind him. A ray of light directly fell on the King of Chaos and the others. Pung, pung, pung. The 5 of them were all sent flying. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this ancient road. Such a scene caused everyone's heart to palpitate again. 5 peak emperor gods. Each of them was an extremely terrifying figure in the primordial age legends. But now they were directly sent flying by an old drunkard as if he was swatting flies. How terrifying was that? This is a prodigy. White Tiger trembled. He stared straight at an old drunkard. Too strong. Master Tiger admires this man so much. This strength, this method, it's simply... Even the old gangster was shocked. He also stared straight at an old drunkard. His face was full of disbelief. Where did this living fossil jump out from? This strength is simply terrifying. And Yao Yao muttered. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian. He stretched out his hand and pointed lightly. Immediately, a ray of light flashed past. It directly opened a world door beside Lin Tian. A dense aura of chaos floated out from it. Chaos world go. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao nodded. He recognized that this was the door to the chaos world. There was a divine item that could make the world seed blossom and bear fruit and truly evolve into a real big world. He needed to obtain such an item. At the same time, this was also an experience. Since an old drunkard asked him to go, he would definitely go. He nodded seriously at an old drunkard. Then he looked at Bai Ziki and the others. What about you guys? Do you want to go with me? Bai Ziki shook his head. Ling Yin and the others also shook their heads. Over the years, they had followed Lin Tiandao. Their cultivation and strength had improved very quickly. However, this was basically all because Lin Tiandao had found various immortal treasures to increase their strength. Now, just like when they first left the 10 Directions celestial domain, they all wanted to go on their own and rely on themselves to seriously train themselves. Little Taichu squeaked and landed on Lin Tiandao's shoulder. Clearly, he wanted to go with Lin Tianyi to the chaos world. Wuxing Crocodile shrank down so that he could land on Lin Tiandao's shoulder. Of course, he also wanted to go with Lin Tianyi. In the end, the decision was made. Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, and Lin Tianyi would go to the chaos world. The others would go to other places. Lin Tiandao didn't say anything about it. He respected their decision. Besides, he knew that it would be beneficial to them. If you need any divine treasures, let us know, Yang Qi said. If we find any, we'll do everything in our power to get them, Yang Qi said. Chapter 1849. The world seed was extraordinary. However, in order to make it blossom and grow into a super great world, a lot of rare and precious materials were needed to guide it. Now that Yang Qi and the others had asked him what he needed to activate the world seed, Lin Tian didn't hide anything. He told Yang Qi, Bai Ziki, and the others about the divine treasures that an old drunkard had sent into a sea of consciousness. Safety is the most important thing. Even if you find these things, you have to ensure your own safety before taking them. He said seriously, some of the divine treasures that could allow a world seed to blossom and bear fruit into a super large world were naturally very extraordinary. The appearance of any one of them was enough to cause a commotion and attract many experts to fight over them. Therefore, discovering and obtaining these things was destined to be difficult. The difficulty was extremely high, and it was accompanied by high risks. Understood. Bai Ziki and the others nodded. In fact, during this process, Bai Ziki and the others had already decided where to go. An old drunkard had mentioned the new underworld and several other places. They bowed and asked an old drunkard to send them to those underworld. An old drunkard flicked his finger and various portals appeared. They led to different worlds, and different auras came out from them. Stronger, then stronger. Bai Ziki said to Lin Tiandao. He glanced at Lin Tianyi and stepped into the portal to the new underworld. At the same time, Ling Yin, Yang Qi, and Yao Yao, Fanning Xiong, and the others bade farewell to Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi stepped into the other portals, and they disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. They knew that Lin Tian and an old drunkard had something to say, so they left first. Moreover, they weren't going to the same place as Lin Tian, so there was no need to wait for Lin Tian. Lin Tian watched as the group of people disappeared and stepped into the various world portals. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a faint light. Now that they had parted ways, it was the beginning of a new chapter in their respective cultivations. No one knew how many years it would be before they would meet again. Thinking about this matter, he felt a little emotional, but soon returned to normal. He looked towards an old drunkard and said, "Old man, if you have time, come back to the Burning Sun sect and take a look. The Supreme Elder, Sect Master, and the rest miss you very much." An old drunkard smiled faintly. "I will." Lin Tian nodded and looked at the old gangster not far away. He waved his hand and said, "Old gangster, thank you. I'm going to the chaotic world to play around. See you next time. Speaking of which, if you are going to raid the king of Chaos Lair again, remember to inform me. We will go together. When the time comes, you will block the king of Chaos Lair while I help you empty it completely." The old gangster glanced at Lin Tian and didn't say anything. His gaze was always on an old drunkard. This person, an old drunkard's strength, had really shocked him. Lin Tian once again looked at an old drunkard and said goodbye to an old drunkard. Then, "Old man, I'll be going now." Boom! Suddenly, an astonishing fluctuation of divine power appeared and directly interrupted his words. The entire ancient road shook violently. The void distorted inch by inch as if a prehistoric, heavenly beast had appeared. Its aura was oppressive. At this place, the sky cracked open. The King of Chaos, Supreme Elder, Nether King, Holy King Luanjuan, and Sakura appeared again. All of their gazes fell on an old drunkard, their eyes full of coldness. "You can't take the world seed away." After saying that, the 5 of them formed seals. Divine runes appeared on their bodies, forming a huge divine light platform in the blink of an eye. Following the appearance of this divine light platform, a strange brilliance rushed out from it, accompanied by an extremely vast pressure. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a hazy light figure with a total of 12 wings on its back. Following the appearance of this figure, the King of Chaos and the others actually showed respect. They all bowed slightly to the light figure. This scene undoubtedly shocked Lin Tian. Whooshing Crocodile, who was beside him, couldn't help but stare. Even little Taichu had a strange look on his face. Who is this?" Whooshing Crocodile looked at the 12-winged light figure in shock. Such a light figure could actually make the King of Chaos and the others bow. One had to know that the King of Chaos and the others were peak Emperor gods. Moreover, they weren't ordinary peak Emperor gods. Each of them had extraordinary means. But now they were actually willing to bow to a light figure summoned by the 5 of them. Even the old gangster couldn't help but stare at the scene. "World Seed!" A loud voice suddenly came from the 12-winged light figure's mouth. It was like the roar of thunder. This ancient path was greatly shaken, the void in many places directly becoming turbid. As the voice came out, the 12-winged light figure moved. Its gaze fell on Lin Tian. It transformed into a giant light handprint and grabbed at Lin Tian. Obviously, after it was summoned by the King of Chaos and the others, it already knew a lot of things. It knew that the World Seed was with Lin Tian. Moreover, it was also very concerned about the World Seed. Hence, it directly attacked and snatched it forcefully. Virum, an old drunkard, attacked. He waved his hand casually, and a large sword force appeared out of nowhere. It shattered the giant light handprint that the 12-winged light figure had sent at Lin Tian. How could this be? When the King of Chaos and the others saw this, their expressions changed. Previously, when they were sent flying by an old drunkard, they already knew that an old drunkard was very strong. They weren't his match. However, they didn't want the world seed to be taken away by an old drunkard protecting Lin Tian. Hence, they summoned the light figure. If they summoned the 12-winged light figure, the world seed would no longer be fated with them. If they obtained it, it would belong to the 12-winged light figure. Although they were helpless about this, there was nothing they could do. This was because, in comparison, the world seed being taken away by the 12-winged light figure was better than being taken away by an old drunkard protecting Lin Tian. Moreover, this could be considered a huge gift that they were offering to the 12-winged light figure. It was also beneficial to them. However, at this time, what the 5 of them didn't expect was that an old drunkard would actually shatter the giant light handprint that the 12-winged light figure had sent out with a casual wave of his hand. This was too shocking. They knew very well how powerful the 12-winged light figure was. The difference between them and the 12-winged light figure was like heaven and earth. An old drunkard was actually able to do such a thing. Let's go, kid. At this time, an old drunkard's voice sounded again. He didn't show the slightest bit of emotion towards the King of Chaos and the others and the 12-winged light figure. He let Lin Tian go directly to the primal chaos realm. Lin Tian was a little worried. He looked at the King of Chaos and the others and the 12-winged light figure that was glaring at them. The 12-winged light figure that the King of Chaos and the others summoned together was not simple. Although he had seen an old drunkard block the 12-winged light figure's attack with his own eyes, he was still a little worried. The 12-winged light figure gave him a very scary feeling. Chapter 1850. The aura of the 12-winged shadow was too terrifying. Lin Tian had never felt such a majestic aura before. Moreover, the King of Chaos and the other 4 ancient existences were beside him. Therefore, even though he could see that an old drunkard was very powerful, he still couldn't help but feel a little worried. An old drunkard could naturally tell what Lin Tian was thinking at this time. He said to Lin Tian Dao, "Don't worry about it. Go." Lin Tian paused and then nodded. Finally, he bid farewell to an old drunkard and said goodbye to old gangster. Together with whooshing crocodile and little Tai Chu, he stepped directly into the door of chaos. An old drunkard looked calm. Although he was a little worried about an old drunkard, he trusted an old drunkard more. He believed that the 12-winged shadow wouldn't be a threat to an old drunkard. Don't even think about it. A cold voice sounded. The 12-winged shadow's body surged with divine light. The light gradually solidified and turned into a tall man in black armor. His eyes were incomparably deep and cold. The 12 pairs of wings on his back flapped gently, and a large amount of divine light directly pressed toward the door of chaos that Lin Tian had stepped into. Now, the door of chaos had not closed. He wanted to destroy this door to the chaotic world, suppress Lin Tian, and seize the world seed. An old drunkard turned around. The divine light outside his body transformed, and a large amount of sword light appeared out of thin air. It faced the middle-aged man in black armor with 12 pairs of wings on his back. Chi, chi, chi. In the blink of an eye, the divine light released by the middle-aged man in black armor to suppress the door of chaos was all shattered. It turned into light spots and dissipated. At the same time, the portal to the chaotic world dissipated with a hiss and disappeared without a trace. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man with 12 wings on his back. He looked at an old drunkard and said, "I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in such a lowly world." As he spoke, he walked toward an old drunkard. The aura outside his body suddenly erupted like a flash flood. It was unknown how many times stronger than before. "I'll kill you first, then I'll take the world seed." As he took a step forward, the surroundings trembled. The aura of destruction was horrifying to the extreme. An old drunkard didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and pointed. With a whoosh, a beam of divine light flew out from his fingertip. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through the middle of Black Armor's chest. The black-armored, middle-aged man trembled violently, and the terrifying aura outside his body immediately became chaotic. Then it quickly decreased. "You!" He looked at an old drunkard with shock in his eyes. At the same time, his expression turned ugly. In the next moment, his body shattered and dissipated into light. The King of Chaos, Holy King Luanjuan, and Sakura all had a change in expression. Saint Envoy. They were very clear about how terrifying the black-armored, middle-aged man with 12 wings on his back was. Although they had only summoned a wisp of the black-armored, middle-aged man's soul, which was equivalent to an incarnation, not even 1% of his peak strength, it was still very terrifying. However, now it was destroyed by an old drunkard with just a finger. At this moment, looking at an old drunkard again, the 5 of them were horrified. This person was too terrifying. His means were heaven-defying. Perhaps he was even stronger than the black-armored, middle-aged man they had summoned. "Retreat," Sakura said in a low voice. He immediately flew away, not daring to stay for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the endless distance and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, the King of Chaos and the others also flew away together. At this time, the few of them were really scared. No matter what, they didn't expect an old drunkard to suddenly appear to be so terrifying. An old drunkard stood where he was and didn't stop them. He allowed the 5 of them to escape and disappear. His gaze fell on the old gangster at the side. After a pause, he said, "Armageddon." The old gangster was originally shocked by an old drunkard's strength. After hearing these 2 words, the shock on his face suddenly became unprecedentedly intense. "Which old bastard?" He stared at an old drunkard, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Armageddon, this was his Taoist name from countless years ago. In the whole world, only a few people knew about it. However, this person in front of him actually knew about it. An old drunkard didn't say anything. He looked at the old gangster and smiled faintly. Then he looked in the direction where Lin Tian left for the chaotic world. There was a gentle light in his eyes, but at the same time they were incomparably deep. In the next moment his figure became illusory and disappeared silently on the spot as if he had never appeared. The old gangster's eyes widened. He looked at the place where an old drunkard left, and then looked at the place where Lin Tian left. Other than that heaven-defying girl, this kid actually has such a master. He muttered to himself. Then he frowned and looked again at the place where an old drunkard disappeared. This person, who exactly is? Their vision was pitch black. Lin Tian led the whooshing crocodile and the little Tai Chu into the door to the chaotic world and walked through the void. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. More than 2 hours later, at this moment, rays of light suddenly appeared in front of them. Then a strong force emerged from the void, directly shaking the man and the 2 beasts out of the void and onto solid ground again. Looking around, there were towering mountains connected to one another. Every mountain had patches of ancient plants growing on it. The air was intertwined with thick immortal and chaotic auras. This is the chaotic world. The whooshing crocodile looked around. Obviously it is. Lin Tianandao. The chaotic aura in the air was too obvious. It was very consistent with the chaotic world. Most importantly, an old drunkard had opened the world door and sent them here. Since an old drunkard had personally opened the world door and sent them here, then this could only be the chaotic family. There could not be any mistakes. The whooshing crocodile nodded and looked around. Then his gaze fell on Lin Tian. "Speaking of which, kid, your crazy master is getting scarier and scarier. Those ancient existences like the King of Chaos could not resist at all in front of him, and that 12-winged light figure is obviously stronger than the King of Chaos and the others. But it still seems to be unable to do anything to your crazy master. What level has your crazy master reached?" "I don't know." Lin Tian shook his head, but his eyes were intertwined with brilliance. "However, he is very powerful. His master was so powerful that he could easily suppress ancient existences like the king of primal chaos and Sakra. Naturally, he was happy and felt very proud of himself. Of course, Grandpa Crocodile knows that he is very strong. The whooshing crocodile said, "What I want to say is that your crazy master has already stepped out of the Emperor God realm, right? And that person with 12 wings on his back. Could it be that he has surpassed the Emperor God realm? After all, the King of Chaos and the others already represent the peak fighting power of the Emperor God level. However, your perverted master and the 12-winged light figure are obviously stronger than the King of Chaos and the others. Moreover, there is a huge gap between their levels." Chapter 1851. Whooshing Crocodile asked many questions in one go and expressed all the doubts in his heart. Lin Tian was also very concerned about these questions. "I'm not sure if the person with 12 pairs of wings has surpassed the level of an Emperor God. However, I'm sure that he's with the King of Chaos and the others. There must be an even more powerful force behind those people." He thought for a while and said, "When the primal Chaos King and the rest summoned the 12-winged light figure, they were clearly very respectful to it. This was enough to show that it was an existence similar to a leader to the primal Chaos King and the rest. However, the primal Chaos King, Old Supreme, Sakra, and the rest were not of the same clan. Hence, it was certain that there was indeed an even greater faction behind the 5 of them. What kind of force is it?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "How would I know?" Lin Tiandao said, "The only thing I know now is that the force that the King of Chaos, Grand Supreme, and the others belong to is very terrifying." Whooshing Crocodile nodded. "With the existence of the person with 12 wings, the force behind those people is naturally very terrifying." As it said that, it thought of an old drunkard again and could not help but gasp, "That crazy master of yours is also very terrifying." When it thought of how an old drunkard suppressed the King of Chaos and the others with just his aura, and how he was obviously not weaker than the terrifying existence with 12 wings, it could not help but feel a chill down its spine. It had only been a short while, and the old drunkard had already become so powerful that he didn't know what to say. He really did fit the 2 words, Heaven's Chosen One, perfectly. Boom! Suddenly, in the center of this great world, a surging peak Emperor God level pressure appeared and rushed up to the 9 heavens. There was an obvious chill and coldness in it. For a moment, the sky of the entire chaotic world could not help but tremble as if it was going to shatter in the next moment. "King of Chaos!" Lin Tian gazed into the distance at the center of this great world. A wisp of light appeared in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Whooshing Crocodile looked towards the center. "That old fellow is back. Judging from his aura, he's obviously very angry. It seems that even if he summoned that terrifying 12-winged figure, he still couldn't do anything to that abnormal master of yours." As it spoke, it looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but roll its eyes as it said, "Speaking of which, why didn't you ask that freak of a master of yours to directly slap the King of Chaos and the others to death? Why did you have to leave them alive so that you could kill them yourself? It's unnecessary." Lin Tian glanced at it and said calmly, "Give yourself pressure and turn it into motivation. I want to rely on myself to kill them." Rumbling sounds rang out. The primal chaos realm was extremely vast, even more so than the celestial realms. The pressure of the primal chaos realm at its center became even more turbulent. Then, it was clear that there were several other powerful auras of godly emperors that appeared. The entire primal chaos realm was seething with excitement. There's no need to think about it. When primal chaos returned and found out that you were in this world, he must have ordered the entire primal chaos world to suppress you as soon as they saw you. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian naturally guessed this as well. His expression didn't change in the slightest, because he had long since expected this. He had brought the world seed into this world, and the King of Chaos knew that he had entered this world, so he naturally wanted to make a move against him. And as the king of this world, The King of Chaos would naturally mobilize the power of the entire great world to hunt him down. Don't care about him. Let's go and find something, he said to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. What are we looking for? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Beside him, Little Taichu also looked at him. Mixed Saint Source. Lin Tiandao. Mixed Saint Source was a kind of precious crystal condensed from the chaotic aura at the beginning of the world. It was as rare as the Hong Meng, heavenly crystal in the world. It was rumored that after refining it, it could transform a mortal body cultivator into the King of Chaos body, which was enough to make even the Emperor of Gods jealous. Once it appeared, it would definitely attract many experts to fight over it. If he wanted to make the world's seed bloom and bear fruit, he needed to use this thing. And according to the information that an old drunkard had told him, this mixed saint source could only be found in this primal chaos world that was formed naturally. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and they left this place. They moved very quickly and began to search for this mixed saint source. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled far away. At this moment, a few loud bangs came from the front, and dozens of figures appeared in front of him. All of them were wearing black armor, and chaotic aura was intertwined around their bodies. Each of them had the cultivation of a true god, and they were very powerful. Chaotic cultivators. Lin Tiandao narrowed his eyes. At the same time, the dozens of cultivators from the chaotic tribe naturally noticed Lin Tiandao, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. They paused for a moment, and then all of them rushed over. Found it. Suppress them and offer them to our king. The dozens of cultivators from the chaotic tribe obviously knew about Lin Tiandao, and at this time they all attacked together with all their strength. For a moment, all kinds of divine light roared, and all kinds of divine techniques covered all directions. Lin Tiandao's expression did not change. He directly attacked, and with a slap he covered everyone. With a sizzling sound, the divine light that the dozens of cultivators cast out was shattered on the spot. Then a majestic pressure fell, causing the dozens of cultivators to explode one after another. One after another, their bodies and souls were destroyed, and in the end, only one person was left. You! This person was terrified. He did not expect Lin Tiandao to be so terrifying. For a moment, all of his internal organs could not help but feel cold. Lin Tiandao did not talk nonsense. Now that he was a half-step celestial god, it was really too easy for him to kill a group of ordinary true gods. It was no different from cutting grass. At this time, he left this person behind and directly sent a strand of divine thought into his sea of consciousness. On the ancient road in the immortal realm, he had once searched the sea of consciousness of an expert from the chaotic tribe. He had some understanding of the chaotic world, but his understanding was not very detailed. Now that he had entered the chaotic world to find the sole saint source in this world, at this time he needed a more thorough understanding of the chaotic world. Therefore, he left this person behind and once again searched his sea of consciousness for the various things about this world, to find some information about the chaotic saint source. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. He withdrew his divine thought from this person's sea of consciousness and smashed it with a slap. Did you find anything about the chaotic saint source? Whooshing Crocodile asked. No. Lin Tiandao shook his head. There was no information about the chaotic saint source in this person's sea of consciousness. However, he had already found all the things that ordinary cultivators in this chaotic world knew. However, he also found out something else. Now, the entire chaotic world's cultivators are searching for me. The King of Chaos has taken action and sealed the entire chaotic world. What do you mean? Whooshing Crocodile stared, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Lin Tiandao said, in other words, now that we are sealed in this chaotic world, it's impossible to break out of this place without the cultivation of a peak divine emperor. Doesn't that mean that we're like turtles in a jar now? We're completely under the control of others, in a completely sealed place to catch us? If this goes on, won't it be over soon? Whooshing crocodile stared. It's not that serious. Lin Tiandao said, the chaotic world is very big, even bigger than the immortal region. It's not that easy to find us in such a big world, even with the means of the King of Chaos. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized the power of the entire chaotic world to search for us. As long as we're careful and hide, we won't. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful divine power appeared in the northwest direction, interrupting his words. The divine power was intertwined with a strong divine king-level pressure, and it was quickly heading in this direction. Lin Tiandao was immediately shocked. A divine king was coming, and it was obvious that he had discovered them. Chapter 1852. The God-King level aura intertwined and came from afar at an extremely fast speed. Let's go. Lin Tian looked solemn as he glanced in that direction. He immediately called out to the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu to escape in another direction. They were not weak, but there was still a huge gap between them and a God-King level expert. They were no match for a God-King level expert. Naturally, they could not fight a God-King level expert head-on, so they could only retreat. Swoosh! 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 The man and the two beasts were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. However, the God-King level aura behind them was getting closer and closer. Soon, a middle-aged man in purple armor appeared. You can't escape. The man's voice was cold. His body was surrounded by strands of chaotic light. He was clearly a chaotic tribe expert. With a loud boom, his aura soared. The distance between him and Lin Tianyi and the rest was shortened. At the same time, the man extended his hand and pressed down on Lin Tianyi and the rest. The God-King level aura shook the entire area. The man and the two beasts naturally felt the immense pressure. They did not dare to be careless. As they flew rapidly, they used all their divine powers and secret skills to attack the middle-aged man behind them. Of course, they were not trying to hurt the middle-aged man in purple armor. Instead, they were trying to block his attack and disrupt his pursuit. Boom! The divine powers of the man and the two beasts collided with the middle-aged man's hand in the blink of an eye. There was an explosion of divine waves that filled the sky. The middle-aged man's hand was blasted away. The divine powers and secret skills of the man and the two beasts were all shattered. The middle-aged man in purple armor snorted coldly. He stepped forward and his speed increased. The man and the two beasts did not dare to be careless. They flew rapidly. However, their speed was not as fast as a God-King level expert. Soon, the middle-aged man caught up with them. You're just ants. How dare you escape from me? The middle-aged man in purple armor said coldly. His God-King level aura intertwined on the surface of his body. Rays of light flew out and swept towards the man and the two beasts. In the blink of an eye, a large expanse of divine light flew over, causing Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu to tremble involuntarily. After all, this was the killing light unleashed by a God-King level powerhouse. Even the void in all directions was sealed. Lin Tian immediately raised the great Tao reincarnation diagram. Little Taichu and Whooshing Crocodile also used all their strength to welcome this divine light. In the blink of an eye, their divine abilities collided with the killing lights and exploded. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds rang out. One man and 2 beasts were all sent flying by the shockwave, all of them spilling out blood. I can't block it at all. The difference in cultivation is too great. Whooshing Crocodile said in a deep voice, his expression extremely solemn. Little Taichu squeaked and stared warily at the purple-armored middle-aged man. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. Continue retreating. After this collision, they were all severely injured. However, the sealed space around them was restored. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu and fled into the distance again. They had no other choice. Facing a God-King level powerhouse, they could only retreat. Only by retreating would they have a chance of survival. The purple-armored, middle-aged man snorted coldly. He did not care about Lin Tian and the rest escaping. He was a god king level powerhouse. How could 3 mere true gods escape from under his nose? For a moment, Lin Tian, Little Taichu, and Wuxing Crocodile fled in front, while the purple-armored, middle-aged man chased after them. The distance between the two parties was constantly closing. The purple-armored, middle-aged man attacked. Chaotic light interweaved outside his body, and various divine powers bombarded Lin Tian and the rest. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu unleashed powerful divine powers to defend themselves. However, it was impossible for them to completely block a God King level powerhouse's attack. In the blink of an eye, they were severely injured again. However, the man and the 2 beasts did not stop. They used their respective secret skills to heal their injured bodies as they continued to flee. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. At this moment, a black crack suddenly appeared in front of them. It was at least 10 feet wide, and there were streaks of black light surging outside the crack. It exuded an extremely terrifying aura as if it could devour everything. Lin Tian was immediately shocked. He called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu to stop. The crack gave him a very dangerous feeling. At the same time, the purple-armored middle-aged man caught up from behind. When he saw the black crack, he immediately stopped. His pupils dilated and his expression changed. Lin Tian saw that the purple-armored middle-aged man had stopped chasing after them. He could tell that the purple-armored middle-aged man was afraid of the black crack. "What is this?" Lin Tian asked. Since the purple-armored middle-aged man was afraid of the black crack, he obviously knew what it was. The purple-armored middle-aged man snorted coldly and did not answer Lin Tian at all. He glanced at the black crack and stepped forward again, closing in on Lin Tian. "This is the end. You have no way to escape." Looking at Lin Tian, the purple-armored middle-aged man pressed forward step by step with vigilance in his eyes. Of course, this vigilance were not because of Lin Tian, but because of the black crack in front. Lin Tian looked at the black crack in front of him and looked at the purple-armored middle-aged man who was closing in. "You seem to be afraid of this thing?" The purple-armored, middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He did not answer and continued to close in on Lin Tian. His eyes were still full of vigilance. In the process of closing in on Lin Tian, he always paid attention to the black crack. "It seems to be the case," he said. Having said this, he glanced at the purple-armored, middle-aged man. He called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu and stepped toward the black crack. "Kid, do you really want to go in there? Lord Crocodile feels that it is a forbidden zone for life. It's very dangerous." Wuxing Crocodile stared at the purple-armored, middle-aged man. The black crack lay horizontally in front of them. The aura it exuded was a little terrifying, making its internal organs feel cold. "It's very dangerous inside. If you go in, you may die. However, if you don't go in, you will be suppressed in the blink of an eye. Then, the only outcome is death." He glanced at the purple-armored middle-aged man and said to Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but roll its eyes. All right. Now, this was indeed the case. If they didn't go into the black crack, they would only be suppressed and killed by the purple-armored middle-aged man. As such, at this time, stepping into the black crack in front of them was the best choice at the moment. At that moment, it and Little Taichu followed Lin Tian and stepped into the black crack step by step. The black crack was huge, as if a peerless, ferocious beast had opened its bloody mouth. It gave people a very creepy feeling. The purple-armored, middle-aged man's expression changed immediately. He looked at Lin Tian and said gloomily, "That is the oldest forbidden zone in our chaotic world. Over the generations, several divine emperors have been buried there. You dare to step in? You are courting death. Stop." Chapter 1853. Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer at the middle-aged man's words. "I might die if I go in, but I won't die if you catch me." He mocked and stepped into the black crack without looking back. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu followed him and stepped into the black crack as well. Now, there was only one path in front of them. There was no better choice. If they didn't enter the black crack, they would be suppressed and killed by the middle-aged man in purple. Compared to being suppressed and killed by the middle-aged man, they would rather step into the dangerous black crack. "Stop, you ant!" The purple-armored, middle-aged man shouted anxiously. His face was gloomy, but he didn't dare to get close to the black crevice. He knew how terrifying the black crevice was. Since ancient times, it had swallowed countless experts of the chaotic tribe. None of the living beings who entered it walked out alive. Even the king of their tribe kept a respectful distance from it. Tisk, Lin Tian didn't bother to talk to him anymore. He didn't change his pace and stepped into the black crack with Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. The middle-aged man's face became gloomier and angrier. The king of their tribe wanted to capture Lin Tian alive and bring him back. He found Lin Tian and chased after him. But Lin Tian stepped into the terrifying black crack. The king of their tribe had sent him the mission, personally, but he had failed. What an arrogant bug! His voice was filled with coldness and anger. He directly turned around and left. He had to report this matter to the Primal Chaos Temple. Lin Tian stepped into the black crack with Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. It was pitch black all around. He couldn't see anything. After entering, even his divine sense was suppressed and couldn't be used. Even if he opened his delusion breaker eyes, it didn't work at all. He couldn't see through the darkness. In this place, the intertwining aura in the air was exceptionally oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. Moreover, after entering, they had no sense of direction at all. They couldn't find the way out, even if they wanted to. What exactly is this place like? Whooshing Crocodile felt a little scared. Although he couldn't see his surroundings clearly, he couldn't help but look around. "I don't know." Lin Tian shook his head. How would he know what kind of place it was? Now, all he knew was what the purple-armored middle-aged man had said before. He said that this was the most ancient forbidden land in the primal chaos world, and that Emperor God experts had died here. Then what should we do now? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Beside him, little Taichu also looked at Lin Tian. Although it was very dark here and their divine senses were suppressed, they were very close to each other and could still see each other clearly. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Let's go forward." At this time, there was no way to retreat. They couldn't get out of the range of this black crack, but they couldn't keep standing in the same place. After all, they couldn't do anything by standing in the same place. It was meaningless. Immediately, he called out to Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu and walked forward. "Daba! Daba! Daba!" It was pitch black inside the black crack. It was very quiet. As he walked, his footsteps echoed in the air. In the blink of an eye, he and Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu walked about 1,000 feet away. At this moment, the dark space suddenly shook. The intertwining aura in the air became even more oppressive. In the next moment, a blood-red whirlpool suddenly appeared. It was over 100 meters in diameter. The two people and one beast were within the range of this blood-red whirlpool. A powerful force pulled them towards the center of the whirlpool. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. He activated his half-step, heavenly, god-level divine power and performed a series of great skills to get out of the vortex. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu were naturally moved. They also performed great skills and divine powers and moved out of the vortex. This blood-red vortex gave them a very dangerous feeling. With a rumble, 3 strong forces surged. The man and the 2 beasts used all their strength. However, it was useless. The suction force of the blood-red vortex that enveloped them was too strong. Even with Lin Tian's half-step, heavenly god-level cultivation, he could not break free. He could only watch as his body was pulled toward the center of the vortex. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the center of the vortex. Then they were directly swallowed by this blood-red vortex. Lin Tianji felt a strong sense of dizziness in his head. He could not see anything. It was as if he was about to faint. Then, after a few breaths passed, the dizziness gradually weakened. The space around him changed, and he stepped onto solid ground again. Looking around, the surroundings were a bit dusky. This was an extremely turbid space, and there was an ancient path that led into the depths of this turbid space. He couldn't see anything else, and right now, they just happened to be on this ancient path. This caused his eyes to focus. He was swallowed by the blood-red vortex in the black crack. He actually came to such an ancient road. Moreover, this ancient road looked a little strange. It seemed to lead to death, but also to new life. This was an extremely contradictory and strange feeling. However, for some reason, when he stood on this ancient path right now, this type of feeling arose within him. Chi beside him. The sound of wings flapping sounded. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu shook their wings and headed toward the end of the ancient road. At this time, the eyes of the two became completely confused. Then, in the next moment, their physical bodies fell from the sky. Their souls flew out from their bodies. They were also confused. They minded their own business and headed toward the end of the ancient road. It was as if they had been summoned by something. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. "What are you doing?" However, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu seemed to have completely lost themselves at this time. They did not respond to him at all. Their souls separated from their physical bodies and headed toward the depths of the ancient road in a daze. Lin Tian frowned. Clearly, he could see that this was a little strange. He immediately activated his divine power and activated the Tianyi Soul technique. He used his powerful soul energy to envelop the surrounding space, trapping the souls of the two in a narrow area at the same time. Then he quickly made a move. He covered his hand with soul light and forcibly sent the souls of the two into their bodies. In an instant, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu's physical bodies trembled at the same time. Their souls entered their bodies and their eyes became clear. Whooshing Crocodile shook violently a few times. The scales all over its body stood up. Next to it, little Taichu's hair stood up. Its big bright eyes were wide open. It stared straight into the depths of the ancient road with a fearful look. Lin Tian looked at the two and frowned. He asked, "What's wrong with you two? What happened just now?" Just now. Whooshing Crocodile trembled. He looked at the depths of the ancient road and said, I don't know. Suddenly, a voice floated in my mind. It asked Lord Crocodile to go to reincarnate. Chapter 1854. Listening to Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was instantly moved. There was a voice in Whooshing Crocodile's mind, telling it to reincarnate. Are you kidding me? He looked at Whooshing Crocodile, and his pupils couldn't help but narrow. There had been the 6 paths of reincarnation in the world since ancient times. It was rumored that after a creature died, if the soul was not destroyed, it would undergo reincarnation to be reborn and become a new life. This kind of reincarnation was different from ordinary reincarnation. Although both would turn into a new life, reincarnation could be controlled independently. The new life formed after reincarnation would not have any changes in its life origin. Whatever race it used to be, it would still be the same race after reincarnation. After its memory was restored, it would still be its former self, and there would not be any major changes. However, reincarnation was different. The new life formed by reincarnation would have its life origin completely changed, and the previous memory would never be recalled. The most important thing was that before reincarnation, the original soul might be human, but after reincarnation, it might turn into a demon beast, which was completely out of one's control. It could be said that once one entered reincarnation, it was equivalent to disappearing. After reincarnation, one could not remember the past, and the life origin would change. It would be a completely new life. Are you sure there is a voice telling you to reincarnate? He asked again. This reincarnation was known to everyone in the world, and even ordinary mortals knew a little about it. However, such things were too illusory after all. He had never really cared about it. Unexpectedly, Whooshing Crocodile actually said such a thing on such an ancient road, claiming that there was a voice in his mind telling him to reincarnate. Of course, I'm sure. How can it be fake? Whooshing Crocodile stared at him and said, Would Grandpa Crocodile joke about such things? Yeah, I heard it too. The little guy spoke at this time. Lin Tian's pupils condensed again. This reincarnation... He looked up at the depths of the ancient road and couldn't help but frown. This road can let people reincarnate. Speaking of which, Whooshing Crocodile spoke again at this time, looking at him and said, Although Grandpa Crocodile's soul was completely out of my control after leaving my body, I still remember some things. It seems that you weren't affected? Lin Tian nodded. Previously, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu's souls had left their bodies and became confused and dull. They walked toward the end of the ancient road in a daze, as if they were summoned by something. However, he didn't feel any discomfort and didn't hear any voice telling him to reincarnation. Crocodiles, Linz's Grandpa Crocodile, S's Linz's cultivation, is the 5 elements crocodile was a little strange. Lin Tian frowned. All of a sudden, a gentle breeze blew in from an unknown place. On both sides of the ancient road, white figures suddenly walked out of the turbidity. All of them looked a little faint. They were either humans or demon beasts, just like Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu previously. Their expressions were confused and dull. After stepping out of the turbidity, they walked on the ancient road and mechanically walked toward the end of the ancient road. Souls! Lin Tian was moved. He cultivated the Tiani soul technique and was a powerful cultivator. Naturally, he could tell that these figures were souls at a glance. Moreover, they were very pure souls. They are all walking toward the end of this ancient road. This, Whooshing Crocodile stared ahead. Are they going to reincarnate? Previously, it suddenly heard a voice in its mind telling it to reincarnate. Then, its soul inexplicably left its body and walked toward the end of the ancient road. At this time, when it saw all these souls heading toward the end of the ancient road, it naturally thought of reincarnation. Lin Tian paused and said in a deep voice, Follow them and take a look. Hearing his words, Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but tremble immediately. Follow them? Don't kid. Lord Crocodile always feels that if we really go forward and follow these souls into the depths of this ancient road, we may really reincarnate unknowingly. At that time, it's no different from having our body and soul destroyed. Lord Crocodile is scared. Lin Tian squinted at it. Do you think we have any other choice now besides going forward along this ancient road? Now, there was no way to retreat behind them. They couldn't stay in the same place all the time, so they could only move forward. At the same time, after setting foot on this ancient road, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu's souls had left their bodies on their own. There was a voice telling them to reincarnate. At this time, so many souls suddenly appeared and walked toward the end of the ancient road. Naturally, he was very concerned. Moreover, if they wanted to leave this strange ancient road and find a way out, they could only go deeper into this ancient road, because it was absolutely impossible to find a way out if they stayed in the same place. Whooshing Crocodile opened its mouth, then showed a dejected expression. Naturally, it also thought of some of the things that Lin Tian thought of. If they wanted to get out of here, they could only go to the end of the ancient road. Let's go, it said with a sad face, looking like it was about to cross the gates of hell. Look at you. It's not like you're going to die soon. Lin Tian glanced at it and beckoned it to walk with little Taichu toward the end of the ancient road. Walking on this ancient road, he seemed very cautious and alert. After all, this ancient road was really a bit strange. As they moved forward on both sides, there were constantly white souls stepping out of the turbid ancient road. All of them were dull and lifeless, walking toward the end of the ancient road at the same speed. The man and the two beasts walked on the ancient road, but they did not touch those souls because this ancient road was too strange and mysterious. If they touched those souls walking on the ancient road, who knew what would happen? They had to be very careful. In the blink of an eye, they walked into the depths of the ancient road. More than 2 hours passed. At this moment, a corpse suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a tall, middle-aged man who wore black armor. There were many ancient runes engraved on the armor. Even now, the runes had not been erased and were well preserved. Moreover, there was a faint aura of a divine emperor around the corpse, causing the man and the two beasts to feel a slight pain in their bodies. They felt a little uncomfortable under the aura of a divine emperor. The chaotic tribe. Lin Tian stopped and narrowed his eyes. The runes on the armor were unique to the chaotic tribe. He could recognize them and could not be wrong. This person was obviously an expert of the chaotic tribe. Moreover, he was a divine emperor when he was alive. 5 elemental alligators' eyes widened. Previously, that purple-armored deity king of the chaos race said that since ancient times, many of their race's experts had been sucked into the black crack, and none of them had walked out alive. It was true. This should be one of the experts of the chaotic tribe who was sucked into this black crack. It looked at the corpse and continued, "The corpse is well preserved." Could it be that, like Lord Crocodile and little Taichu, his soul inexplicably left his body after entering this crack and went to reincarnate? Lin Tian frowned and looked at the end of the ancient road. He said, "I'm not sure if he went to reincarnate, but one thing is certain. The situation should be the same as before. His soul inexplicably left his body and stepped into the depths of this ancient road." Chapter 1855. The ancient road was too strange. Lin Tian looked into the depths of the ancient road, looked at the God Emperor corpse in front of him, and finally looked into the depths. "Let's go," he said to the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. If they wanted to leave this ancient road, they could only walk into the depths and search for clues to leave this ancient road. Then the man and the two beasts continued to walk into the depths. On both sides of the ancient road, more and more souls stepped out from the turbidity. All of them were at a loss as they walked into the depths of the ancient road with them. Then, gradually, as they went deeper and deeper, many corpses appeared one after another on the ancient road. All of the corpses were well preserved, but their souls were gone. After walking for a while, they found a God Emperor corpse. The God Emperor's aura suppressed them to the point that they couldn't breathe, and their bodies felt like they were about to be crushed. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were 3 ancient seal characters beside the corpse. It was as if this God Emperor had carved them in the last moment of his life, and they contained the God Emperor's charm, the reincarnation road. Seeing these 3 words, the man and the 2 beasts couldn't help but tremble. The place they were at now was the reincarnation road. This is a joke, right? This is the reincarnation road. We ran to the reincarnation road. The whooshing crocodile swallowed his saliva with difficulty. The reincarnation road. No matter how one looked at it, it was an extremely dangerous place. Compared to this place, the Hell's Extreme Een Temple was like playing house. Lin Tian was also deeply moved. He stared unblinkingly at the 3 ancient words carved by this God Emperor before his death. He looked at the souls that were continuously emerging from the turbidity on both sides of the ancient road, and then his gaze fell on the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. "You guys, was there really a voice telling you to reincarnate in the beginning?" he asked again. Looking at the 3 ancient words, reincarnation road, in this place, even someone as determined as him couldn't remain calm. When they had just entered this place, whooshing crocodile and little Taichu had heard a voice telling them to reincarnate. Their divine souls had mysteriously left their bodies and headed towards the end of the ancient road. After that, many soul bodies had appeared on both sides of the ancient road. Now, a God Emperor level corpse had the 3 ancient words path of reincarnation carved beside it. It was clear that this was the corpse's knowledge of this ancient road in its final moments before its death. All of these things combined together caused Yunche's heart to involuntarily thump. This place might really be the path of reincarnation. However, he was unwilling to believe that this was the reincarnation road from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps these 3 words sounded grand, but when he was truly here, there wasn't the slightest sense of grandeur. There was only a sense of horror. He stepped onto the path of reincarnation and entered reincarnation all the way. This was an ancient saying. If he were to enter the cycle of reincarnation, he would be completely finished. It would be no different from having his body and soul destroyed. Whooshing Crocodile clearly knew what Yunche was thinking. It said with a long face, "Didn't I already tell you? What's the point of lying to you?" It also didn't want to believe that this was the path of reincarnation. However, with all of the things in front of it, it had no choice but to believe it. Even the naive and pure little Taichu couldn't help but feel a little weak at this time. It used all of its strength to shrink its neck. The path of reincarnation wasn't a good place. To them, it was the greatest danger zone. For a moment, the man and the 2 beasts were somewhat stunned. After a while, Lin Tian was the first to come back to his senses. "Since we're here, let's take things as they come. Let's try the path of reincarnation together. Let's continue walking and find a way out of here," he said after taking a deep breath. "Let's go, let's go." Whooshing Crocodile lowered its head. From the beginning, it didn't want to go deeper into the ancient road. Now that it saw the 3 ancient words beside the path of reincarnation, it didn't want to go deeper. It was afraid that it would be reincarnated in a daze. However, it was also clear that if they wanted to leave this place, they had to continue going deeper. Otherwise, they would have to stay on this ancient road forever. The ancient road was murky on both sides. They had tried before, but they couldn't enter at all. They couldn't cross over. "Let's go." Lin Tiandao. At the same time he took action. He took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda and used a lot of effort to move the corpse of the God Emperor here into it. Now he, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu had all reached the true immortal realm. The saint refinement treasured technique was no longer of much use. He couldn't use this technique to refine the flesh and blood essence of other living beings to improve his own body like before. However, he still put the corpse away. This was because this was the corpse of a God Emperor. It was definitely a great killing machine. As long as he left this ancient road, he could enter it with his spirit. Even if he encountered a God Emperor expert, he could easily kill him. After that, he and Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu continued to go deeper into the ancient road. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later, on this day, a lot of white fog gradually appeared on the ancient road in front of them. It slowly floated in the air. As the breeze blew, a trace of it fell on the human and 2 beasts. Immediately, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu trembled. Their scales and hair stood on end. They both stepped back. "What's wrong?" Lin Tiandao frowned. He was also affected by the white fog, but he didn't feel any discomfort. However, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu had such a big reaction. "Are you okay?" Whooshing Crocodile's scales stood on end. It looked horrified. When it said this, its true god-level monster body couldn't help but tremble. Next to it, little Taichu shuddered. It then looked at him with its big eyes. "I'm fine." Lin Tiandao shook his head. He frowned and asked, "What about you guys? What happened just now?" Looking at the reaction of Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu after they were affected by the white fog, it was obvious that something bad had happened. Whooshing Crocodile stared at him with a strange look. Then it trembled again. "Lord Crocodile's memory has been cut off," it said. Just now, when it was affected by the white fog, it instantly felt that its memory had become chaotic. It was as if it was about to forget everything. Immediately, it felt a chill down its spine. It quickly retreated from the white fog. Then, it found that some of its memory had disappeared. It couldn't recall it no matter how hard it tried. Yeah. Little Taichu said in a childish voice. It felt a little scared. Obviously, it was exactly the same as Wuxing Crocodile's experience. This made Lin Tiandao immediately change his expression. He tilted his head and looked at the white fog in front of the ancient road. This white fog can erase memories. But why was he fine just now? Chapter 1856. The Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian with a serious expression, but at the same time it looked a little strange. Even the little Taichu was looking at Lin Tian with its big eyes. This place was known as the Reincarnation Road, and it had been confirmed by emperor gods. Even emperor gods would be affected if they stayed here, and it would be difficult for them to resist. However, Lin Tian had not been affected at all since he entered this place. Lin Tian was a reincarnated body, and both of them had reincarnation. Therefore, they could not help but have some ideas. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He could not explain this matter clearly. He looked at the wisps of white mist on the ancient road in front of him. After a pause, he thought of an idea. Then, let's give it a try. As he spoke, his thoughts moved slightly, and a wisp of reincarnation origin light appeared, enveloping the Wuxing Crocodile. Go closer and see if your memories will disappear, he said to the Wuxing Crocodile. Now he had enveloped the Wuxing Crocodile with a wisp of reincarnation origin light. If the Wuxing Crocodile still lost its memories when it approached the white mist, it would mean that it was not affected by this ancient road, and it had nothing to do with its constitution. On the other hand, if the Wuxing Crocodile's memories did not disappear when it approached the white mist this time, it could be confirmed that it was not affected by this ancient road, and it had something to do with its constitution. The Wuxing Crocodile naturally knew what he was thinking. Good idea. It did not hesitate at that moment. Under the cover of Lin Tian's reincarnation origin light, it cautiously approached the white mist. Soon, it got closer and was tainted by some white fog. I'm not affected, it exclaimed. This time, the wisps of white mist in front of the ancient road infected its body. But its memories did not disappear like before, and it did not feel any other discomfort. Lin Tian's expression changed. He released another ray of reincarnation origin light and enveloped little Taichu. Little guy, you go and try it too. Little Taichu responded in a childish voice. It was enveloped by Lin Tian's reincarnation origin light and directly rushed into the white fog. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were shocked. This movement was too big. What if something unexpected suddenly happened? However, in the next moment, little Taichu's voice came from the white fog. It was flapping its wings and flying back and forth. Yeah, I'm fine. This time, Lin Tian was truly shocked. As expected, it has something to do with your physique. Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian and said, Your reincarnation form, as its name suggests, is really related to reincarnation. Reincarnation was too shocking. According to the ancient books, it was the supreme power that formed the world. It was the root of the natural operation of the world, and no power could surpass reincarnation. They had always thought that the reason why the reincarnation form was named reincarnation was only because the ancients used the word reincarnation to symbolize that the reincarnation form was domineering and could suppress all other physiques and bloodlines. They had never thought that the reincarnation form was related to the legendary reincarnation. But now they were shocked. Lin Tian's physique was actually related to reincarnation. This was a bit shocking. Even Lin Tian himself was shocked. He himself had never thought that his physique would be related to reincarnation. On both sides of the turbid road, souls continuously stepped out and walked along the ancient road. They entered the white fog and walked to the end of the ancient road. Lin Tian looked forward. It was not until 10 breaths later that he came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about the problem of his physique. Now, the key was to find the way out of this place. Let's go, he called out to the Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu. Originally, the white fog lay horizontally in front of them. The Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu would have their memories erased once they got close. But now, With the protection of his reincarnation origin light, the two were no longer affected. They stepped into the white fog one after another and walked to the end of the ancient road. The white fog was very thick. There were many souls walking in it. The man and the two beasts followed behind these souls. Soon they had walked far away. Then, in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Half a year later, on this day, the ancient road was suddenly cut off. There was a huge abyss in front of them. The light inside was hazy. They followed a group of souls to this place. All of the souls were confused. They entered the abyss one after another and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I can't feel their soul power. It's completely gone. The whooshing crocodile stared into the abyss and couldn't help but gulp. It can't be that they have entered reincarnation, right? Lin Tian also looked down. His eyes narrowed slightly. When these souls entered, their soul power instantly disappeared. It really seemed like they had entered reincarnation. He raised his head again and looked around. The ancient road was cut off at this place. There was only a horizontal abyss. There was no other road on the other side. There was no other road around. The whooshing crocodile naturally also noticed this. There's no road at all. How do we get out? The little Taichu mumbled in a childish voice. It tilted its head and looked around from time to time. In the end, it didn't find anything. Lin Tian retracted his gaze at this time. He watched as the souls stepped into the abyss one by one and disappeared. His gaze was fixed on the abyss below. We can only try from here. He looked down at the abyss and said, "What?" The whooshing crocodile was shocked. "You can't be thinking of jumping down from here to leave, right?" "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. The whooshing crocodile's eyes almost popped out. "No matter how I look at it, this seems to be the end of reincarnation. If we jump down, we'll most likely be reincarnated. There's no other way. If we want to leave, we can only try from here." Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, the reincarnation map emerged from behind him with a buzzing sound. It slowly chose to emit divine light that filled the sky. Since my physique is related to reincarnation, with this king's territory, we might be able to isolate the hazy light in the abyss below and then return to the world we were in before, he said. The whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up when it heard this. It seemed to make sense. "Are you sure?" it asked. "I'm not sure," Lin Tiandao said. "It's just intuition." The whooshing crocodile almost cursed out loud. It thought that Lin Tian suddenly had an epiphany, but it didn't expect it to be just intuition. "How dare you try when you're not even sure? This is not a joke. Once you fail, we'll all be finished," it said angrily. Lin Tian squinted at it and repeated his previous words. "There's no other way." As he spoke, he let the little Taichu land on his shoulder. Then, with a thought, the reincarnation map shone and enveloped the whooshing crocodile, pulling it to his side. Then he walked towards the edge of the abyss. "Kid, what are you doing?" Don't mess around." The whooshing crocodile's scales stood up. Let's look again and see if there's any other way. Anyway, there's nothing important outside, so there's no need to rush out. There's no hurry." Chapter 1857. Seeing Lin Tian's actions, whooshing crocodile was really frightened. Lin Tian squinted at it. "Look at you. Although it's just my intuition, there's at least a 60% chance of success. What are you afraid of?" "There's still a 40% chance of failure. If we fail, we'll have nothing," whooshing crocodile cried. "There's no other way. This is the only way." Lin Tian still said the same sentence. He was closer to the edge of the abyss, and his gaze was always fixed on the abyss. Looking at the abyss, although he spoke to whooshing crocodile in a relaxed tone, he was actually very nervous. After all, whooshing crocodile's words were not wrong. If he jumped down from here and his intuition was wrong, he would have nothing left. He would be reincarnated and would no longer be his current self. It was equivalent to saying goodbye to this world completely. However, although he was extremely nervous, he believed in his intuition. At the same time, it was just as he and the five-element crocodile had said. Now they had no other way out. If they wanted to leave this reincarnation path and return to the normal world, they could only jump down from this abyss and find a way out below. Looking at the abyss, he took a deep breath and took another step forward. Kid, don't jump. If you reincarnate, Grandpa Crocodile will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Whooshing Crocodile was about to cry. Lin Tian was speechless and said contemptuously, If you really reincarnate, you won't become a ghost. You won't let me go. When that time comes, you won't even remember me at all. Whooshing Crocodile, I #Yen grow up. The little guy isn't afraid. It's quiet. What are you afraid of? Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Tian Ondao. Whooshing Crocodile, I %. Lin Tian glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. He was too lazy to say anything to it. Looking down into the abyss, his expression became extremely solemn. Then he took a deep breath and used the reincarnation map to cover himself, the little Taichu and the whooshing crocodile. Then he jumped down from the abyss. Ah, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Whooshing Crocodile trembled and could not help but howl. Lin Tian's expression was grave. As he descended, he prayed silently in his heart, hoping that his intuition was not wrong. In the next moment, he, little Taichu, and Whooshing Crocodile were submerged in the fog of the abyss. In an instant, rumbling sounds rang out in his ears as the hazy mist surged and surged towards him. As the mist surged over, his soul trembled violently. It was as if an invisible force was pulling at his soul, trying to pull it out. Moreover, this force became stronger and stronger as time passed. It was as if his soul was about to leave his body. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu felt the same and trembled. It's over, it's over, it's over. This is forcefully pulling Lord Crocodile's soul into the reincarnation cycle. Damn you, Brat Lin. Whooshing Crocodile howled. Lin Tian's expression also changed. Was his intuition wrong? The reincarnation map of the king's territory couldn't isolate the power of this light mist. Buzz. Suddenly his body trembled slightly and his origin shook. For a moment, divine light surged, mixed with vastness, holiness, and majesty. Immediately, the reincarnation map trembled slightly and radiated brilliance. Then, in the next moment, his soul suddenly stabilized and no longer trembled. The pulling force on his soul disappeared instantly. That made his eyes light up. His intuition was right. The reincarnation map indeed isolated the power of the light mist. It's fine. Brett, you're good. Whooshing Crocodile became surprised. Like Lin Tiani, the huge pulling force on his soul also disappeared at this time. Little Taichu cried out in a childish voice. Naturally, it was the same. Buzz. The reincarnation map flickered. Lin Tian used it as the main palm, enveloping himself, little Taichu, and Whooshing Crocodile, and slowly fell into the deepest part of the abyss. Around them, souls continued to fall from the abyss, falling into the dazzling light mist, and then disappeared one by one. One man and two beasts were unharmed and continued to fall deeper. Then, gradually, their vision became dark. Lin Tian controlled the reincarnation map with his heart. Although he was nervous about the gradually darkening vision, he wasn't afraid. Now, the reincarnation map isolated the power of the dazzling light mist around them. He was already certain that they wouldn't be affected by the abyss. The reincarnation map intertwined with faint light, enveloping him, little Taichu, and Whooshing Crocodile as they continued to fall. It was getting darker and darker around them. Suddenly his body shook. His sea of consciousness boiled involuntarily, and blurry images appeared abruptly. In the endless turbidity, a dazzling light mist appeared horizontally. 3 figures were faintly discernible. They seemed to be 2 men and a woman. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but one of them was fighting. The sky was full of stars, and thousands of layers of divine light surrounded the body, isolating the endless, dazzling light mist. The powerful divine power even shattered the endless turbidity into a huge crack, with endless gods and demons roaring. Lin Tian's expression changed drastically, and he trembled violently. The endless turbidity and the dazzling light mist clearly showed the environment of the reincarnation road they had passed through, and that huge crack was the big crack in the chaotic world. That big crack was actually created by someone. Someone had broken the reincarnation. Swoosh! A faint sound was heard, and the images in his sea of consciousness suddenly disappeared. The next moment, an even thicker darkness enveloped him. Then, after an unknown amount of time, a strong force appeared in the darkness and shook him out. The reincarnation map circled above his head, and his vision became bright. As far as the eye could see, the mountains in front of him were connected to each other. The space was a little dim, and immortal spiritual energy and chaotic energy were everywhere. It was the chaotic world. They had come out. Oh my God! A heart-palpitating cry was heard. Whooshing Crocodile trembled and almost fell to the ground. At the same time, little Taichu also squeaked and opened his eyes wide. Kid, did you see that strange scene? Whooshing Crocodile stuttered again. That someone broke the reincarnation. Squeak, squeak. Little Taichu opened his eyes wide and squeaked in a childish voice. All the hair on his body stood on end. Lin Tian's expression changed. You saw it too? Now they had come out of the reincarnation road and were in the chaotic world. But at this time, they didn't have time to be happy at all. They were all shocked by the scene that appeared in their minds. Reincarnation, the supreme power of heaven and earth. It formed the root of heaven and earth, surpassing everything in the world. But once, someone actually broke a big crack in the reincarnation. How terrifying was that? Was it possible for a human to do that? See, of course I saw it. Lord Crocodile is really... Awoo! Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but tremble and howl. Little Taichu was also trembling. Squeak, so scary. Chapter 1858. Someone actually broke a big crack in reincarnation. This was a bit scary. The man and the two beasts were shocked. Who would believe such a thing if they told others? Thinking of this, the man and the two beasts were all in a daze. Subsequently, it wasn't until a full 10 breaths later that the man and the two beasts regained their senses. I really don't know who that person is. It's simply, Whooshing Crocodile trembled. Even reincarnation could be broken. This could no longer be described as terrifying. That person was no longer human. Lin Tian was also shocked, then shook his head. Forget it. Let's not care about it. Although this matter horrified him, it had nothing to do with him after all. He didn't know who that person was, so he didn't bother to think about it. It didn't matter. At this time, he looked around and took a deep breath. The surrounding mountains and chaotic light surrounded them. They were already far away from the ancient road of reincarnation. Speaking of which, Whooshing Crocodile spoke, looking at Lin Tiandao. With your reincarnation physique, if you cultivate to the end, will you be able to control reincarnation? They could walk out of reincarnation entirely because of Lin Tian's reincarnation physique. Otherwise, they would be finished. At this time, looking at Lin Tian and thinking of Lin Tian's special physique that could avoid the influence of reincarnation, Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but have such an idea. You think too much. It's absolutely impossible. It's already heaven-defying to control a trace of reincarnation power. Lin Tiandao said, reincarnation is the root of the world. If someone really controls reincarnation, the world will really be in chaos. Whoever wants to live will live, and whoever wants to die will die. Well, Uncle Crocodile thinks so too. That kind of power is really not something that humans can control, and no one can control it. Whooshing Crocodile said, agreeing with Lin Tian's opinion. If someone really controlled reincarnation, the world would definitely be in chaos. Even little Taichu spoke in a childish voice, agreeing with Lin Tian's opinion. At this time, although they were still in the chaotic world, they were not near the previous reincarnation crack. What are we going to do next? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Find the mixed sacred source. Lin Tian spoke. His eyes narrowed, interweaving with brilliant light. He said with a cold laugh, apart from this, send a great gift to the primal Chaos King. What gift? Whooshing Crocodile was puzzled. Little Taichu was also curious and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, Ask that old bastard to take a trip on the path of reincarnation. What? Whooshing Crocodile glared at him. Invite the King of Chaos to the reincarnation road. It glared at Lin Tian. Don't tell me. You're going to drag the King of Chaos into the great reincarnation crack again. Little Taichu also guessed this and glared at him. Lin Tian nodded. That's right. Is that so? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened even more. Are you kidding? It's very dangerous inside. You still want to go in? It continued. Well, even if you can avoid the influence of the reincarnation road, how are you going to lure the King of Chaos in? That old bastard will suppress and take away the world seed when he sees you. How are you going to lure him in? Lin Tian was very calm. Didn't I bring out the corpse of the God Emperor of the Primal Chaos Tribe? It's obvious that it was once a big shot of the Primal Chaos Tribe. Say, if I enter it with my divine soul, use some special immortal medicine to make the corpse emit fluctuations of life, and then go to the sacred palace of the Primal Chaos Tribe to find the King of Chaos and say that I found a super divine item in the crack. Once I get it, I can step into the God Emperor realm. Do you think the King of Chaos will be tempted? He continued. Of course, the King of Chaos will definitely be afraid of that crack because it's very dangerous. However, since I've come out, I can tell him that I know how to leave. At the same time, he might be puzzled as to why I didn't bring out the super divine item when I found it. I'll tell him that such a divine item requires at least 6 God Emperors to get it. I remember that the Primal Chaos Tribe, including the King of Chaos, seems to have a total of 5 God Emperors. Just nice. I can bring all of them to the reincarnation road. Hearing his words, Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened even more, and it shuddered. You're a big scammer. Little Taichu also widened its eyes and looked shocked. From the sound of it, Lin Tian's idea was flawless. He told the King of Chaos and the others that there was a super divine object in the big crack, and that after refining it, they could step into the realm of Emperor God. This was simply too tempting. Anyone who heard it would be moved. Even if they knew that the big crack was extremely dangerous, they would definitely be unable to resist going inside. And as long as Lin Tian brought the King of Chaos and the others into the reincarnation road, it would completely be Lin Tian's world. This was because his reincarnation physique was not affected by the reincarnation road at all. As for the others, regardless of whether they were God Emperors or God Emperors, they would all be suppressed and forced to reincarnate, which was equivalent to death. Let's go. Before that, we need to thoroughly investigate all the information about that God Emperor corpse that I brought out. Lin Tiandao. He wanted to use his divine soul to enter the Primal Chaos Tribe's God Emperor corpse that he brought out from the reincarnation road to trick the King of Chaos. Naturally, he had to thoroughly investigate who this corpse was, his name, and everything that he had experienced in the past. Otherwise, it was very likely that an accident would happen. At that moment, he called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu and left. They walked into a desolate mountain and hid there. After that, in the blink of an eye, a total of 3 days passed. 3 Primal Chaos Tribe cultivators passed by, and they were all in the realm of real gods. Lin Tian took action right away and suppressed the 3 of them. Then he spread his divine consciousness into their sea of consciousness to search for information about the God Emperor corpse that he brought out from the reincarnation road. It was only after half an hour that he withdrew his divine consciousness from the 3 people's sea of consciousness. He flicked his finger and released 3 rays of divine light to kill the 3 Primal Chaos real gods. How is it? Did you find it? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Yes, I found it. Lin Tian nodded. The corpse that he brought out from the reincarnation road belonged to a god emperor from the Primal Chaos tribe. Such a big shot naturally had a great reputation in the Primal Chaos tribe. Almost everyone in the Primal Chaos tribe knew that his name was Ji Shiyuan, and he was once a protector of the Primal Chaos tribe. At the same time, he also found out where the Primal Chaos Sacred Hall was from the three real gods' Sea of Consciousness. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda and summoned a corpse from it. As soon as the corpse appeared, a God Emperor level aura immediately surrounded it, causing him, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu to feel uncomfortable. After all, their cultivation levels were far from a God Emperor's. Even though the God Emperor had disappeared, the God Emperor level aura that naturally filled the body was still very oppressive to them. Looking at this God Emperor's corpse, he took a deep breath. His spirit stepped out of his flesh shell and brought along a strand of reincarnation origin to wrap around his spirit. In the blink of an eye, it entered the God Emperor's corpse. In the God Emperor corpse, the meridians and blood were still there. When his spirit entered the corpse, it took him a total of 10 breaths to get used to it. He controlled the God Emperor corpse to stand up and opened its eyes. Then he took out some special celestial medicine to make the God Emperor corpse show signs of life again. This is just like a living God Emperor. Wuxing Crocodile stared. Chapter 1859. The immortal medicine that allowed the corpse to emit life aura was not very precious. The Emperor God corpse that Lin Tian had brought out from the reincarnation road emitted life aura. Coupled with the Emperor God aura that naturally intertwined outside its body, it was no different from a living Emperor God. The only difference was that its Emperor God aura was not as strong as that of an ordinary Emperor God. This Emperor God aura is much weaker than that of an ordinary early-stage Emperor God. This won't arouse any suspicion, right? Wuxing Crocodile asked. No, it won't. Lin Tiandao said, after all, it came from that land of peril. It can be understood that it was severely injured. It's normal for its Emperor God aura and combat strength to be weakened. If it's still the same as an ordinary Emperor God, it will arouse suspicion. As he spoke, he steered the immortal Emperor Pagoda and put his body into it. Then he looked at Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu and said, "Find a hidden place in this area. Don't go anywhere before I come out." "Okay, don't worry." Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Little Taichu flapped its wings and responded in a childish voice. Lin Tian nodded and reminded Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu to be absolutely careful. Then he steered the Emperor God corpse into the distance. He had entered the Emperor God corpse with his God soul. There was still a lot of divine power left in the corpse, so it was very fast. A slight movement could shatter the void and travel more than 10,000 miles in a flash. After that, he tore the void several times. 6 hours later, he appeared in front of a vast royal city. Royal City covered a huge area. It was built with special divine metal and had a very strong aura of time. No one knew how long it had existed. It was the sacred land of the chaotic tribe, the chaotic sacred city. He steered the Emperor God corpse with his God soul and appeared here. The faint Emperor God aura immediately shocked the chaotic tribe powerhouses guarding the city gate outside the chaotic sacred city. All of them turned pale. Then, in the next moment, when they saw the true appearance of the Emperor God corpse that Lin Tian steered, they were shocked again. "This is a former guardian of our tribe, Lord Ji Shiyuan." "That's right. It really is. Wasn't that Lord said to have been devoured by the most ancient forbidden area of our clan? He's still alive." Everyone was shocked. As an Emperor God level expert of the Primal Chaos tribe, he was naturally recorded in the Primal Chaos tribe's history books. Lin Tian naturally heard the discussions of the chaotic tribe cultivators and saw the shock on their faces. However, he didn't care about it and didn't stop. He controlled the Emperor God's corpse and flew into the holy city. Now, the corpse he was riding was an ancient divine emperor of the chaotic tribe. With such a status, it would be abnormal for him to stop and greet the ordinary cultivators of the chaotic tribe. Charging in directly was the best choice. As he steered this god-emperor corpse into the sacred city, the god-emperor's aura fluctuated and caused the entire sacred city to tremble. Lord Ji-Shi-Yuan, not dead. In the Saint City, the cultivators of the chaotic tribe were shocked. Lin Tian didn't care about these voices at all. He ignored the cultivators of the chaotic tribe and went straight to the center of the sacred city. Soon, he arrived in front of a temple in the center. It was the primal chaos temple of the chaotic tribe. The king of chaos and the other emperor gods of the chaotic tribe lived here. He steered the emperor god corpse to the temple and pushed the door open. At the same time, a few emperor god auras spread out from the ancient temple. 5 figures appeared in front of him in an instant. The leader was the king of chaos, Shiwan. Seeing Lin Tian controlling the emperor god corpse, the king of chaos was shocked. At the same time, the other 4 chaos guardians behind the king of chaos were also shocked. They felt the presence of the emperor god aura outside the temple and walked out together. They didn't expect to see someone who had disappeared in the history of their tribe. King Lin Tian's soul entered the emperor god corpse and changed his voice to be exactly the same as Ji Shiwan's. He pretended to be excited and walked quickly to the king of chaos and bowed slightly. The king of chaos's eyes lit up and he was shocked. "You are fine." Back then, this person was one of his guardians. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, he was sucked into that huge crack. He knew very well that the inside of that crack was definitely a land of death. Once sucked in, he would definitely die. But now, this person had reappeared in front of him. "I'm fine. Your subject went through a lot of danger and escaped." Lin Tian steered the emperor god corpse and spoke. He looked at the king of chaos with an excited expression. "Also, king, your subject found a super divine item. As long as you can get that divine item, your majesty might be able to step into the emperor god realm. No, not maybe, it's definitely." He used his soul to control the emperor god corpse called Ji-Yuan to speak. Just like what he said to Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu before, he spoke about how he went through a lot of danger to escape from that huge crack. Although he found that super divine item, he couldn't bring it out with his own strength. He needed at least 6 emperor god experts to work together. Your subject was tortured for hundreds of thousands of years and almost died several times. But because of that, I was lucky enough to find a way out. He steered the emperor god corpse and looked at the king of chaos, then looked at the other 4 emperor gods of this tribe. Then he looked at the king of chaos and pretended to be even more excited. "Your majesty, with your power, together with your subject and the other 4, we will definitely be able to enter that crack and retrieve that super divine item. At that time, your majesty will definitely be able to surpass the emperor god level. At that time, the power of our tribe will skyrocket." The king of chaos was moved. Inside that crack, there was a super divine item that could allow people to step into the emperor god level after refining it. At the same time, behind him, the other 4 emperor gods of this tribe were also greatly shocked. A divine item that could allow one to step into the emperor god level after refining it, this was too shocking. Surpassing the emperor god level, to people like them, the temptation was simply too great. "Are you sure?" The king of chaos spoke again. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the emperor god corpse that Lin Tian was steering. "Your subject would not dare to deceive your majesty. There's a strange path inside that crack, and there are many soul bodies traversing it. That super divine item is at the bottom of an abyss at the end of that path. Your subject discovered it from afar and could feel the terrifying divine power it contained. However, your subject did not dare to retrieve it. With your subject's power alone, I am unable to retrieve it." Lin Tian steered the emperor god corpse as he spoke. Other than the super divine item that was false, everything else that he said was true. When the king of chaos heard this, his eyes lit up and a bright light flashed in them. He actually knew a little about the actual situation inside that huge crack. There were existences that were even older than him who had told him about it. Now, what Lin Tian said while steered the Emperor God corpse was completely consistent with what he knew about the crack. This time he completely believed it. The method you used to get out of there after we enter again, can we still get out using the same method? He asked in a deep voice. Chapter 1860. In order to make the King of Chaos believe him completely, Lin Tian purposely said, "A human is on the path of reincarnation, and he has an aura as vast as a great world." He believed that the King of Chaos already knew that he was forced to enter the crack, and now, when he said these words, the King of Chaos would naturally be able to guess who the human he was talking about was. He also naturally knew that the thing emitting the aura of a great world was the world seed. Sure enough, after hearing these words, the King of Chaos was completely moved. At the same time, the other 4 Chaos Guardians were also shocked. "You saw that person. He's not dead yet." The King of Chaos growled, "Why didn't you bring him out?" Lin Tian's soul entered Ji Shiwan's body and pretended to tremble. "Your Majesty, you know that person? Is he very important?" "He has that world seed on him," the King of Chaos said in a deep voice. "What?" "Regarding the discovery of the world seed in the immortal domain, Lord Theological Seminary. The upper echelons of the Chaos tribe all knew about it." Ji Shiwan, who Lin Tian entered, naturally knew as well. At this time he made a shocked expression again. "That person actually obtained that world seed. How is that possible? He seems to be a mere half-step heavenly god." As he spoke again. "That's right, that thing has nothing to do with cultivation. That means that the human is not simple." As he spoke, he made a regretful expression. "Damn it, I actually didn't think that he might have the world seed on him." He continued, "However, at that time, I was in a hurry to come out and inform your Majesty about the super divine object that can be refined to the God Emperor level. I reckon that I didn't have time to suppress that person and bring him out." The King of Chaos's expression was not very good. "It's not your fault." As he spoke, he asked, "How long have you been out?" "Not long, at most an hour." Lin Tian's soul entered the God Emperor's corpse, and his voice sounded. After this subject escaped from that crack, this subject took some time to heal his wounds, and then immediately rushed back to the sacred hall as quickly as possible. The King of Chaos's eyes flashed. "Good. That bug isn't simple. Since it was still alive an hour ago, then it shouldn't be dead now. Bring the seed in, suppress it, obtain the world seed, and then go get that super divine object." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's spirit entered the main God Emperor's corpse. He was immediately overjoyed, but his expression was extremely solemn. "Yes, Your Majesty," he transmitted his voice. On this day, he brought the King of Chaos and the other 4 Emperor Gods of the Primal Chaos clan to the Great Reincarnation Crack. As far as the eye could see, the Great Reincarnation Crack was surrounded by black light. Lin Tian found that it seemed to have become smaller than before, although they were very small and insignificant, making it difficult for the naked eye to discern them. With his cultivation, he was naturally able to discern them. "Samsara is repairing itself," he muttered to himself. Beside him, the Primal Chaos King and the other 4 God Emperors were also looking at the huge crack with fear. "This crack appeared in my Primal Chaos world countless years ago. Now, this king will tell you some of its true colors." The King of Chaos looked at the large crack, his voice extremely low. "It is related to reincarnation." "What?" The 4 God Emperors of the Primal Chaos race were shocked. Lin Tian was also shocked. Of course, he was shocked because the King of Chaos had never entered this crack before, but he actually knew some things about it. "This is related to reincarnation. Could it be that reincarnation is inside?" One of the Primal Chaos protectors asked the King of Chaos, How did it appear in our world?" "How did it appear?" Hearing that this crack was related to reincarnation, even the God Emperors could not help but be shocked. After all, reincarnation was the true foundation of heaven and earth. There was no power that could be compared to reincarnation. A reincarnation crack that was broken by someone. The King of Chaos's voice was low. Clearly, he knew a lot about this reincarnation crack. However, he did not say much. You only need to know that it is related to reincarnation. Don't think too much about it. It won't do you any good. As he spoke, he looked at Ji Shiyuan's corpse that Lin Tian's spirit had entered and asked again, "Are you sure that you can really leave after entering?" Because he knew that this crack was related to reincarnation, he was very confident when Lin Tian said that there was a super divine item that could allow one to enter the God Emperor realm after refining it. After all, it was very normal for such a super divine item to be hidden in reincarnation. However, it was indeed very dangerous to enter this crack now. Thus, he wanted to confirm whether he could really walk out safely after entering. Lin Tian put away his shock at the King of Chaos, knowing that this crack was related to reincarnation, and said seriously, "Definitely. I guarantee it with my life." The King of Chaos nodded. "All right, let's go in." Lin Tian's spirit was inside the God Emperor corpse. He nodded and said to the King of Chaos, "My king, I will go in first." By doing this and stepping into it first, he was naturally trying to lower the primal Chaos King's guard further. He took a step and stepped into the crack with a whoosh. When the Chaos King saw him step in without hesitation, he no longer had any doubts in his heart. He also stepped in. Then, the other 4 Guardian God Emperors also entered. The group stepped in, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, a vortex appeared and swallowed them. Then, they directly arrived at the Reincarnation Road. On the Reincarnation Road, both sides were turbid. Soul bodies stepped out from the turbidity and walked towards the end of the ancient road. This is the inside of the reincarnation crack. The King of Chaos's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the other 4 Guardian God Emperors' expressions were solemn. They looked around and were extremely shocked. Then, all of them trembled. My power has been suppressed by a lot. My spirit is a little unstable. It seems like it is about to leave my body. There is a voice telling me to reincarnate. Me too. Me too. The Guardian God Emperors spoke one after another. All of their expressions changed. It's normal. After all, we are now in the reincarnation road. Everyone should focus and guard your spirit. The King of Chaos said. He was still very calm. However, it was also at this time that cold laughter sounded. Lin Tian entered the main God Emperor corpse with his spirit. He released a laugh and looked at the King of Chaos and the others. We finally made it here. At this time, his attitude was clearly different from before. It made the King of Chaos and the others' expressions change. Shiwan, what are you laughing at? The King of Chaos said solemnly. At this time, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. Chapter 1861. Now that they were on the reincarnation road, Lin Tian didn't need to hide anything anymore. Here, even an emperor god would be suppressed, and he was completely unaffected. So, at this time, he didn't need to fear anything at all. It's you. The King of Chaos expression changed immediately. The other 4 Chaos Guardians were also shocked. Because of the World Seed, they all knew about Lin Tian. The King of Chaos had mentioned him before. It's me. Lin Tiantan smiled. How is it? Surprised? Surprised? The King of Chaos's expression darkened at once, becoming extremely ugly. You controlled him and broke out of here. Then you lured us here, he said coldly. At this time, he didn't need to think to know what was going on. Lin Tian walked out of the reincarnation crack half a year ago and lured them in to trick them. Seeing such an emperor god corpse, and it just so happens that it was once a big shot of your chaos tribe, I naturally had to make good use of it. Lin Tian smiled. The King of Chaos expression darkened even more. Killing intent surged out immediately. At the same time, the other 4 emperor gods were also furious. They had been tricked. "Ant, how dare you?" One of them roared. "Ant or bug, you will all disappear." Lin Tian smiled faintly. His spirit entered the corpse again and sped toward the end of the ancient path. His spirit carried the origin of reincarnation, and his physical body was in the immortal emperor pagoda in the corpse, so he wasn't affected by the reincarnation road at all. The primal Chaos King's eyes were cold and filled with coldness. He took a step forward and closed in on Lin Tian, the God Emperor level primal chaos light rolling. "There's not much difference. I'll suppress you and take the world seed. Then I'll search your soul and get out of here," he said cruelly. Now he could already guess that the super divine object that Lin Tian said could allow one to reach the Emperor God level after refinement was fake. It didn't exist. However, Lin Tianyi definitely knew how to get out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to lure them in after leaving here. As long as he could suppress Lin Tian, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to leave this place. Moreover, after suppressing Lin Tian, he could also take the world seed that he originally wanted. With a so sound, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already far away. At the same time, the other 4 God Emperor level protectors' eyes turned cold. They were shocked and furious as they charged forward. Hong Long Long, the auras of 5 God Emperors surged, extremely frightening. Lin Tian turned around and glanced at the 5 of them with a faint smile. He didn't seem to care at all as he drove the Emperor corpse toward the end of the ancient road. Normally, if he were to be chased by 5 God Emperors like this, he would have long felt chills all over his body. He reckoned that he wouldn't even be able to move. But now he wasn't afraid in the slightest because this was the reincarnation road and he was a reincarnated body. In here, he wasn't affected at all. His fighting power was even stronger than usual. Using his divine soul to drive the God Emperor corpse, he could display fighting power that was comparable to an early stage God Emperor. As for the King of Chaos and the others, they would be greatly suppressed and their divine souls would be unstable. They would have to use a large amount of energy to stabilize their divine souls so that they wouldn't leave their bodies. Even a peak God Emperor like the King of Chaos could only display power that was slightly stronger than an early stage God Emperor. As for the other 4, they would probably be able to display power that was comparable to a half-step God Emperor at most. They wouldn't be a threat to him. However, he didn't stop at that moment. Instead, he continued to go deeper into the ancient road. The deeper he went into the ancient road, the stronger the suppression of the ancient road of reincarnation on the King of Chaos and the others. It would cause their fighting power to become even lower. To him, it would be easier to kill them. He took a step forward and his speed was very fast. One step was tens of thousands of miles away. The King of Chaos and the others chased after him. Their faces were cold and their bodies were surging with monstrous divine power. Their murderous intent was frightening. However, their speed was limited as they were in the ancient road of reincarnation. The Emperor God corpse that Lin Tian was controlling was even stronger. As such, the distance between them and Lin Tian was never shortened. Then, in the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. At that moment, the 4 protectors of the chaotic tribe trembled and their eyes became blank. The divine souls in their bodies were shaking and there was an unknown force that was pulling them out of their bodies. The King of Chaos was slightly better than them. After all, he had the King of Chaos body and he was at the level of a peak God Emperor. His eyes didn't become blank, but his King of Chaos body started to tremble. "Steady!" The King of Chaos roared. The 5 of them were Emperor gods, after all. They activated their divine skills, and very quickly, their bodies stopped trembling, and their divine souls stabilized. However, at that moment, there was an air-piercing sound. Lin Tian controlled the Emperor God corpse and came back in the opposite direction. "I'll send all of you on your way." He controlled the Emperor God corpse, and his divine soul carried the reincarnation origin. On the reincarnation road, it was enough for the Emperor God corpse to unleash extremely strong divine power. In a flash, he appeared in front of one of the chaotic protectors. He swung his fist and pressed it down. With a thud, his fist landed firmly on the protector's body. The protector spat out blood and flew away. Immediately after, under the influence of this punch, this person's body trembled violently once more, and his eyes became confused once more. After that, in the next moment, his divine soul forcefully stepped out of his body and walked towards the end of the ancient path in a daze. This place was much closer to the end of the ancient road than before. It was already difficult for an Emperor God expert to stabilize his divine soul. Then, after being hit by Lin Tianyi's punch, his divine soul became unstable and he was pulled out of the reincarnation road. Lin Tianlong smiled. Without hesitation, he controlled the Emperor God corpse and took a step forward. He raised his hand and took out a strand of Emperor God's divine power and Emperor God level God law from the Emperor God corpse. He slammed it down on the divine soul mercilessly. Pooh! With a chi sound, he controlled the Emperor God corpse. The palm imprint landed on the divine soul of this protector, shattering it. Fourth brother! A furious roar sounded. The other 3 protectors of the primal chaos race were shocked and furious. At the same time, their hearts trembled. The 4 of them were early-stage God, Emperor, Realm, primal chaos protectors and were comparable in strength. But now, one of them had disappeared just like that. His divine soul had been shattered and he could no longer appear in this world. He had completely fallen. The king of primal chaos had an ugly expression. He glared at Lin Tian. Human! Lin Tianling smiled. He did not speak any nonsense with the king of primal chaos. He used his divine soul to control the Emperor God corpse and walked forward. The rest of you should follow me, he said, using his divine soul to control the Emperor God corpse. He arrived in front of one of the protectors in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and punched out. With a pung, as expected, this primal chaos protector was struck. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and flew away. After that, just like the previous Emperor God protector, his divine soul was pulled out by the mysterious energy of the reincarnation road. He became sluggish.